They say the Appalachian Mountains are ancient, that they hold secrets. I always thought that was just something people said to sell postcards to tourists. A little bit of folklore to make the campfire stories more interesting. My trip was supposed to be an escape, a weekend away from the noise, the emails, the deadlines. Just me, a tent, and 1,000 miles of untouched wilderness. It started out perfectly. The air was crisp. The views were breathtaking. It was everything I'd hoped for. But I made a mistake. A small one at first. The kind of thing you brush off without a second thought. I decided to go off trail just for a little bit to chase a view I saw peeking through the trees. It was a simple decision, a deadly one. In these mountains, the line between a scenic detour and being hopelessly lost is terrifyingly thin. And when the sun goes down, you realize you're not alone. The friendly sounds of the forest, they change. Every snapped twig, every rustle in the leaves. It's a new kind of fear. What happened next? I'm still trying to understand it. I went into those woods looking for peace, but I found something else entirely. Something ancient and hungry. My name is Ben Carter. For the last 15 years, I've been a volunteer with the county search and rescue team. And in that time, I've become the man you hope you never have to meet. When your world has shrunk to a cold, terrifying patch of wilderness, I'm the one they call. I've rappelled down slick, rock faces to reach a fallen climber, his body a broken puppet tangled in his own ropes. I've carried children, shivering but alive, out of forests that had swallowed them whole at twilight. I've followed the grim, methodical grid patterns that eventually lead to a hiker who simply sat down beneath a pine tree and never got up again. There's a strange, almost sacred calculus to this work. For every soul we bring back to the warmth and light of the living world, there's another we must carry out in a closed bag. Their story finished. It's a heavy job, but it has always made a grim kind of sense. There is cause and effect out here. People overestimate their abilities. They underestimate the weather. A simple slip, a twisted ankle miles from the nearest road, can be a death sentence if you're alone. Hypothermia is a silent, insidious thief that steals your warmth and then your reason. We find them, and we piece together their final hours from the clues they left behind: a discarded water bottle, a hastily made shelter, a trail of footprints that tells a story of panic or exhaustion. There is always a reason, a chain of events, a tragedy rooted in the understandable laws of nature and human fallibility. It's a logic I've clung to, a way of making peace with the ghosts that haunt these ancient mountains. Except for the case of Jacob Thorne. That case broke the logic. It introduced a new, terrifying variable into the equation I thought I had mastered. It suggested that sometimes there is no chain of events. There is only a before and a terrifying, inexplicable after. The call came in late last October. The air had that sharp, crystalline bite of coming winter, and the mountains were ablaze in a final, defiant riot of red and gold. I was at home, cleaning my gear from a routine call out the day before. A couple of day trippers who'd gotten turned around after dark. When my SARE pager chirped its shrill, demanding summons, it was Mark, our team lead. His voice on the phone was all business, but underneath, I could hear the familiar hum of urgency. "Ben, we've got a bad one," he said, his words clipped. "Hiker named Jacob Thorne. 5 days overdue. That alone was a red flag. 5 days is a long time. It gives the wilderness a hell of a head start." His ex-military. Mark continued. Special forces, by the looks of his file. Not the type to get spooked by a squirrel. His wife reported him this morning. His car is exactly where he said it would be, at the Long Creek trailhead. He logged a detailed itinerary with the ranger station. Everything by the book. Highly experienced. Ex-military, meticulous planner. The words should have been reassuring. In a way, they were the opposite. The pros are the ones who worry us the most when they go missing. They don't make stupid mistakes. If something has gone wrong for a man like Jacob Thorne, it's gone badly wrong. Within an hour, we had 50 volunteers mobilizing at the trailhead. The air buzzed with the controlled chaos of rattling gear, the low murmur of strategy, and the anxious whines of the K-9 team. I saw familiar faces, etched with the same grim focus as my own. We are a strange family, bound by these moments of crisis. We operate on coffee, adrenaline, and a shared, unspoken understanding of the stakes. The scene at the trailhead was unsettlingly serene. Thorne's beat-up blue Subaru was parked neatly in its spot, a dusting of fallen leaves already accumulating on the windshield. It looked like he could walk out of the woods any second, toss his pack in the back, and drive away. It was a snapshot of a life paused mid-moment. Our initial briefing confirmed Thorne's competence. He was on a 10-day solo trek, a journey he took every year to decompress. His route was challenging but well within his abilities. We had his scent from an unwashed shirt his wife provided, and the dogs, led by Boone, a bloodhound with a nose that could find a needle in a haystack. Picked up the trail almost instantly. Confidence was high. It was a vast search area, but we had a clear starting point, a solid track, and the best team in the state. We figured we'd find him in 48 hours, likely nursing a broken leg or waiting patiently for rescue. The trail led north, wending deep into the Green Mountains, a range that forms part of the Appalachian spine. These mountains are old. Not just geologically old, but spiritually old. You can feel their age in the deep, heavy silence that presses in on you the moment you step out of earshot of the road. It's a place of breathtaking beauty, but it's an indifferent beauty. The mountains were here long before us, and they'll be here long after we're gone. They don't care if you live or die. We found his first campsite by late afternoon. It was exactly where his itinerary said it would be, in a small, sheltered glen beside a gurgling stream. And it was immaculate. His high-end tent was packed flawlessly into its stuffed sack. His sleeping bag was rolled and compressed with military precision. His cook stove was clean, his fuel canister neatly stored. It was the camp of a man who respected the wilderness and his own craft. It was the camp of a man who expected to be back. His tracks, clear as day in the soft earth near the stream, led away from the campsite, heading further north, right along the marked trail. The dogs strained at their leashes, eager to follow. The scent was strong. The tracks were clear. We were closing in. We thought we had a handle on the story. We were wrong. We followed Thorne's tracks for another 2 miles as the sun began to dip below the ridgeline, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange. The air grew colder, and the woods took on a deeper, more primeval character. The trail was clear, his boot prints consistent and evenly spaced. The stride of an experienced hiker moving with purpose, not a man in distress. Boone and the other dogs were locked onto the scent, their powerful noses to the ground, pulling their handlers along with an unwavering certainty that gave us all a false sense of security. Every sign pointed to a straightforward conclusion. He was ahead of us on the trail moving along his planned route. Our job was simple: catch up. As dusk began to settle in the hollows, we made the call to set up a forward command post and resume the full search at first light. We were deep in the back country now, and a nighttime search in this terrain is not only dangerous for the rescuers, but also inefficient. We were disciplined. We would follow procedure. The next morning, we were up before the sun, the air so cold it felt like a physical presence in our lungs. The team split into groups, leapfrogging along the trail to cover ground faster, while the K-9 unit stayed on the primary track. A helicopter was now in the air, its rhythmic whoomp, 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 a distant, metallic heartbeat against the vast silence of the mountains. I was with the lead group, right behind the K-9 team. The tracks continued, methodical and unbroken, for another 3 miles. They led us up a steep incline, through a dense thicket of mountain laurel, and then the trail opened up unexpectedly into a small, peculiar clearing. It wasn't a natural meadow. It felt more like a scar in the landscape, a circular patch of bare earth and sparse, trampled grass, maybe 50 feet across. The ground was oddly flat and firm. Dominating the center of the clearing was a colossal boulder, a single granite monolith the size of a small cabin, which had been split almost perfectly in two by some ancient, unimaginable force. The two halves stood a few feet apart, creating a narrow, shadowy passage between them. The rock was covered in moss and lichen that seemed to glow with a sickly green light in the morning sun. There was an unnerving stillness to the place. The usual chorus of birds and insects was absent. Even the wind seemed to die as it crossed the threshold of the trees. And it was there, in the dead center of that clearing, that everything just stopped. The boot prints led directly to a spot about 10 feet in front of the split boulder, and then they were simply gone. Not scuffed, not disturbed, not veering off in another direction. They just ceased to exist. One moment, there was a clear impression of a size 11 hiking boot in the damp earth. The next, there was nothing but undisturbed ground. Boone, the bloodhound, who had been pulling so hard on his leash, he was practically choking himself, suddenly stopped dead. He let out a low, confused whine, his great floppy ears drooping. He circled the last footprint, sniffing frantically, then lifted his head and looked at his handler with an expression of pure bewilderment. He sniffed the air, the ground again, and then began to pace nervously at the edge of the clearing, refusing to go any further. The other dogs reacted the same way. The scent of Jacob Thorne, which had been a blazing highway for them for miles, had vanished into thin air. It was as if he had been standing right there one moment, and then been expertly erased from the world in the next. We are trained for this. We immediately fanned out, establishing a perimeter. The first assumption is always that the subject has tried to obscure their tracks. Perhaps he'd climbed a tree. We scanned every branch, every limb. Nothing. Did he leap from rock to rock? The clearing was flat earth, with no other stones nearby. Did he double back perfectly in his own footsteps? We checked, painstakingly. The prints leading to the spot were singular. There were no signs of return. Mark got on the radio, his voice tight with a tension that betrayed our professional calm. "Command, this is Alpha Team. The track has terminated. I repeat, the track has terminated. No sign of struggle, no deviation. It just ends." For the next 2 weeks, that clearing became the epicenter of our world. It was a place that defied all logic and procedure. We brought in forensic experts. We brought in geologists to examine the ground. We established a grid that covered 50 square miles around that single impossible point. We rappelled into every ravine and checked every cave and crevice within that grid. The helicopter flew low, its thermal imaging camera scanning for any hint of body heat, day and night. We found deer, we found bears, we found a surprising number of amorous teenagers in the woods closer to town. We did not find a single trace of Jacob Thorne. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood, no torn or discarded clothing. His pack, with all its life-sustaining gear, had vanished with him. No animal tracks suggested an attack, no bear, no mountain lion, and most unnervingly, there were no tracks leading away from the clearing. Not his, not anyone else's. It felt less like a search for a missing person and more like an investigation into a magic trick. We walked the perimeter of that clearing 1,000 times, staring at that final, lonely footprint, and the answer was always the same from this point forward. The man known as Jacob Thorne ceased to leave a mark on the physical world. The mountains had simply swallowed him whole, and they weren't giving up any clues as to how. The official search was called off after 15 days. 15 days of relentless effort, of turning over every leaf and stone in a 50-square-mile patch of wilderness yielded absolutely nothing. The decision came down from the state police, a quiet, bureaucratic surrender. The language was sterile and formal. Search operations for Jacob Thorne, suspended pending new information. For the team, it was a profound collective failure that settled over us like a shroud of cold mist. We packed our gear in silence, the usual post-search chatter and black humor conspicuously absent. The energy, the adrenaline, the shared sense of purpose that had bound us together for 2 weeks had evaporated, leaving behind a hollow exhaustion and the bitter taste of defeat. We had thrown the full weight of human logic, technology, and sheer manpower at the problem, and the mountain hadn't even flinched. It had simply held its silence. Most of the volunteers went home, and after a few sleepless nights, moved on. That's part of the job. You have to compartmentalize, or or the ghosts will follow you home and sit at your dinner table. But the Thorn case was different. It didn't just create a ghost, it had fundamentally broken the rules of my world. The grim logic that had always provided a foundation for my work was gone, replaced by a terrifying void of impossibility. I couldn't compartmentalize a void. It followed me everywhere. I found myself back at that clearing with the split boulder on my days off. I couldn't stay away. I'd park my truck miles down the road and hike in, drawn by a morbid curiosity that felt like picking at a wound. The place was different when I was alone. The silence was heavier, the air thicker. I would stand where we found the last footprint, trying to force some rational explanation to surface. Did a sinkhole open and close, leaving no trace? Unlikely, said the geologists. Was he abducted by a person or people who managed to subdue a special forces veteran without a sound and carry him away without leaving a single track of their own? It was a fantasy scenario, less plausible than him simply growing wings and flying away. My obsession drove me from the woods to the dusty archives of the ranger station and the county library. If the answer wasn't on the ground, maybe it was in the past. I started pulling the old files, the cold cases marked missing persons, unresolved. The first one that caught my eye was from 1945. An old, experienced hunter named Mitty Rivers went into these same mountains and never came out. The search was massive for its time. The only thing they ever found was his neatly folded handkerchief, sitting on a log miles from where he was last seen. No tracks, no body, no gear. Then I found the file for Paula Weldon, a college student who vanished in 1946 on a popular hiking trail not 10 miles from where Thorn disappeared. One minute she was seen by another group of hikers. The next she was gone. The search for her was one of the largest in the state's history, but they found not a single clue. Not a thread from her distinctive red coat, not a footprint, nothing. It was as if she had dissolved into the autumn air. 3 years later, to the day, a veteran named James Tedford disappeared from a bus. The bus was traveling through the mountains, on the highway that skirts the very edge of the search area. He was seen sleeping in his seat by other passengers. When the bus arrived at its destination, all his luggage was still on the rack. But Tedford was gone. He had vanished from a moving vehicle on a road surrounded by the same ancient forest. The list went on. A child in the 70s, a couple in the 80s. Dozens of missing persons reports stretching back over a century, all from the same sprawling, indifferent wilderness. Each file told a similar story: a normal person, a normal day, and then a sudden, inexplicable cessation. An ellipsis at the end of a life. I stand in that clearing now, the old files feeling heavier than any gear I've ever carried. I look at the map of our search grid for Jacob Thorn. A perfect, logical pattern of intersecting lines laid over the topography of the mountain. I see the science, the methodology, the incredible effort we threw at this puzzle. And then I look up from the paper at the silent, brooding mountains that surround me. They are nearly 500 million years old. They operate on a timescale we can't comprehend, and by a logic we are not equipped to understand. We as humans operate under the comforting delusion that the world makes sense. We believe that for every question, there is an answer waiting to be found, that if you apply enough resources and reason, you can solve any mystery. But these mountains, they don't operate by our rules. They are a place where the laws of cause and effect seem to fray and unravel. They are a place where people can just be gone. I don't know what happened to Jacob Thorn, or to Paula Weldon, or to any of the others who were erased by these woods. Maybe there is some simple, rational explanation for all of it, a thread connecting them that we are too blind to see. But when I'm out here in the deep, crushing quiet, with the weight of all those missing souls pressing down on me, I can't shake the terrifying feeling that the mountains have secrets. And sometimes to keep those secrets, they don't just take a life, they take the person. They erase them from the world, leaving behind nothing but a question mark and a case file and a silence that screams. My name is Jacob Thorn. Permit me to be unequivocally clear from the outset I am not a man who gets lost. This isn't a boast, it is a statement of fact, a core component of my identity forged over a lifetime of discipline and experience. It is a point of professional and personal pride. My journey began as a boy, earning the rank of Eagle Scout, where the arts of map, reading, and compass work were drilled into me until they became as natural as breathing. That foundation was later pressure tested and hardened in the United States Marine Corps, where I not only served but excelled, eventually becoming a land navigation instructor for 2 decades, since I have dedicated my leave and my life to traversing the most formidable and unforgiving terrains this continent has to offer, from the jagged peaks of the Rockies to the sweltering depths of the Everglades. My pack is always a testament to preparedness, a meticulously curated collection of survival tools. I carry not one, but 2 independent GPS devices, each with its own power source. I carry a high-quality, liquid-damped compass, and I carry physical, waterproof topographical maps of any region I enter. I don't believe in luck, I believe in redundancy and skill. So, when I planned a week-long solo expedition into a notoriously remote section of the Green Mountains in Vermont, I felt no trepidation. The area, whispered about by old-timers and locals as the Bennington Triangle, was more a point of intrigue than a source of fear. The stories of the people who had inexplicably vanished there between 1945 and 1950, figures like Mitty Rivers, the seasoned woodsman who disappeared while leading a group, Paula Weldon, the college student who walked down a trail and never walked out, James Tedford, who vanished from a moving bus that had just passed through the area, were, to my analytical mind, simply that, stories. Tragic tales, certainly, but ultimately explainable by the harsh realities of the wilderness. People make mistakes. They get complacent. They underestimate the weather. They take a wrong turn. I do not. The first 3 days of the trek were textbook. They were magnificent. The trail was a challenging but rewarding climb, a rugged spine of earth and rock that snaked through a cathedral of ancient woods. The air was crisp, tasting of pine and damp soil. The scenery was spectacular, with vistas opening up to reveal rolling seas of green and gold under a vast, indifferent sky. I felt the familiar burn in my thighs, the steady rhythm of my own heartbeat, and the profound sense of peace that only true solitude can bring. I was in my element, a master in my own kingdom. The strangeness began on the 4th day. It was subtle at first, a detail so minor that a less observant person might have dismissed it. I was hiking a well-documented loop trail, a path I had not only studied on my map, but had also programmed as a route into my primary GPS. By midday, I reached a distinctive landmark that marked the loop's halfway point, a massive, freestanding boulder of gray granite, at least 20 feet high, distinguished by a deep, clean fracture that split it almost perfectly in 2. It looked as though a giant's axe had cleaved it. I stopped there for lunch, leaning my pack against the cool stone. I ate my rations, drank my water, and meticulously checked my gear and my position. According to the map and the GPS, everything was perfect. I was precisely where I should be at the exact time I had planned. After a 30-minute rest, I shouldered my pack and continued on the trail, feeling refreshed and confident. The path ahead was clear, winding downhill before it was meant to curve back toward my base camp. 2 hours passed. 2 hours of steady hiking over varied but unambiguous terrain. I crossed a shallow stream, navigated a switchback down a steep incline, and pushed through a dense thicket of mountain laurel. The sun had shifted in the sky, and the quality of the light filtering through the canopy had changed. I felt I was making excellent time. And then I saw it. Up ahead, standing in a small clearing just off the trail, was the split boulder. It was not a similar boulder. It was the boulder. The same monumental size, the same pattern of moss clinging to its northern face, the same jagged, dark line of the fracture. It was impossible. My immediate reaction was not fear, but a surge of hot, indignant anger. I unslung my pack and pulled out my GPS, my fingers jabbing at the buttons. The screen glowed to life, showing my track as a perfect, continuous loop. My current position was marked by a blinking icon, miles away from the halfway point. It showed me exactly where I should have been, deep in the latter half of the trail. My eyes told me one thing, the multi-$100 piece of satellite technology told me another. I trusted my eyes. Annoyed, I then pulled out my compass. I held it flat in my palm, waiting for the needle to settle on magnetic north. It didn't. The red tipped needle swung lazily, drifting in a slow, aimless circle as if it were a piece of metal floating in a bowl of oil. It refused to lock. Equipment failure. A1 in a million fluke where both GPS units were receiving corrupted data and my compass had somehow become demagnetized. It was the only logical conclusion. Frustrated but resolute, I decided to trust my innate sense of direction. My internal compass honed over thousands of miles. I knew the direction I had just come from. I would backtrack, find my error, and prove that the fault lay with the equipment, not with me. I turned a full 180 degrees and began walking back down the clear, trodden path. My confidence shaken, but my resolve intact. I would fix this. I walked for an hour, my boots crunching on the gravel and dry leaves of the path I had just traveled. Every step was deliberate, my eyes scanning the surrounding woods with the heightened awareness of a predator. I was hunting for my mistake. The anger I felt was a useful fuel, sharpening my senses and overriding the first whispers of unease. I noted every landmark I had passed on my way. Here, the gnarled oak that looked like a grasping hand, the patch of vibrant green ferns, the shallow stream I had crossed. I saw them all again, but in reverse order, exactly as they should have been. The logic of the trail was holding. My internal map was flawless. This only deepened the mystery of the malfunctioning gear. Yet, as I walked, a new sensation began to settle over me. The forest, which had felt so vibrant and alive just hours before, was becoming quiet. Too quiet. The normal chatter of birds had ceased. There was no rustle of squirrels in the undergrowth, no distant call of a crow. All that remained was the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of my footsteps, sounds that seemed unnervously loud in the profound stillness. The quality of the light, too, seemed to have shifted. The sun was still high, but the light filtering through the dense canopy of maple and birch had taken on a flat, uniform quality. It was like walking through a photograph of a forest, a perfect replica that lacked depth and life. The air grew heavy, stagnant, and a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature began to creep under my skin. My confidence, which had been the bedrock of my existence, was beginning to erode, replaced by a cold, intellectual dread. The data from my equipment was wrong. My own senses, which had just confirmed the sequence of landmarks, were also somehow leading me astray. The very laws of physics, of cause and effect, of linear time and space, were starting to fray at the edges. I pushed the feeling down, attributing it to stress and frustration. A man is not defeated by his feelings. He is defeated when he stops moving forward. I continued to backtrack, my pace quickening with a growing sense of urgency. I had been walking for at least an hour, likely more. By my calculation, I should have been nearing the spot where I had originally stopped for lunch, long before the loop's halfway point. I rounded a familiar bend in the trail, one that curved around a thicket of hemlock trees, and I found myself standing in the clearing. In the center of the clearing, impassive and monolithic, was the split boulder. The anger vanished, extinguished by a wave of pure, cold shock that left me breathless. It was not possible. I had walked in a straight line away from it. The path was clear, unbroken. There were no forks, no hidden turns. To have ended up here again was a violation of every principle of navigation I had ever known. Now, fear began to properly take hold. It wasn't the primal fear of a wild animal or a sudden drop. It was a creeping, cerebral horror, the kind that comes from watching reality itself crumble. I was a cartographer standing on a map that was actively redrawing itself. I sank to my knees, my mind reeling, trying to process the impossible data. I was trapped, not by the terrain, but by the place itself. It was a prison without walls, a geographical anomaly that defied all logic. The silence pressed in on me, and I felt a terrifying sense of being watched, not by a creature, but by the ancient, implacable intelligence of the woods themselves. The stories of the Bennington Triangle, The ones I had so casually dismissed flooded my mind, no longer appearing as tragic accidents, but as chillingly plausible accounts. They didn't get lost. The landscape lost them. They had walked into a fold in the world, a place where the rules no longer applied. After a long moment, I forced myself to my feet. Panic was a luxury I could not afford. I needed a new plan, a radical one. The trail was a lie. It was a closed loop, a mobius strip of dirt and rock, designed to lead me back to this one point, again and again. I would have to abandon it. I checked my compass again. To my surprise, the needle had stopped its lazy spinning. It was now pointing steady and true toward magnetic north. A flicker of hope ignited within me. Maybe this was the key. Maybe the magnetic field had been fluctuating, and now it had stabilized. I made a decision. I would leave the trail. I would bushwhack, forcing my own path through the wilderness. My map showed a paved road, Route 9, approximately 5 miles due east. It was a straight shot. With a working compass and my own skills, I could make it. It would be grueling work, but it was a concrete objective, a way to reclaim control. I turned my back on the boulder, faced due east, and plunged into the dense, untracked woods. I marked my path as I went, snapping small branches on the trees I passed, a technique to prevent walking in circles. The forest fought me every step of the way. Thorny bushes tore at my clothes, and low, hanging branches slapped at my face. The ground was uneven, a treacherous carpet of roots and rocks, hidden beneath a thick layer of fallen leaves. It was exhausting, but with every yard I gained, I felt a small piece of my confidence returning. I was Jacob Thorne. I was a Marine. I would beat this. After what felt like 3 hours of brutal, relentless effort, I saw a change in the light ahead. The trees were thinning. I was coming out into a clearing. Relief washed over me in a dizzying wave. I pushed through a final wall of tangled undergrowth and stumbled out into the open, gasping for breath. In the center of the clearing, bathed in the strange, flat light of the afternoon, was the split boulder. For a long time, I did not move. I simply stood at the edge of the tree line, my body slick with sweat and scratched from thorns, and stared at the split boulder. The relief that had buoyed me moments before had curdled into a thick, suffocating despair. It was a despair so total and absolute that it felt like a physical weight pressing down on my chest and stealing the air from my lungs. The last vestiges of my training, my discipline, and my arrogance crumbled into dust. A sound escaped my throat, a raw, ragged noise that was half scream, half sob. I threw my compass with all my might, watching it arc through the flat, dead air and shatter against the indifferent stone of the boulder. I sank to my knees, my mind a vortex of confusion and terror. The logic was undeniable and insane. Every path led back here. The trail, the anti-trail, the pathless wilderness, all were just different corridors in a maze that had only one destination. This clearing, this boulder, my meticulously crafted worldview, built on a foundation of logic, preparation, and physical laws, had been systematically dismantled by this single, impossible place. I was not just lost in the woods, I was lost in reality itself. The stories of the vanished seemed to whisper on the windless air now, their names echoing in the suffocating silence. Weldon, Rivers, Tedford. I was not just learning their fate, I was living it. I am writing this now in my journal, using the last of the light on what I believe is the 6th day, though the concept of a day has lost all meaning here. Time has come unglued. The sun no longer follows its familiar, predictable arc across the sky. Sometimes it hangs motionless at its zenith for what feels like an eternity, bathing the clearing in that same unchanging, shadowless light. At other times, it will plummet toward the horizon in a terrifying, accelerated dusk. My watch stopped 2 days ago, its hands frozen at 3:17. I don't know if it was AM or PM. After my initial breakdown, a strange and terrible calm settled over me. I realized the futility of struggle. There is no point in leaving the clearing. Every path, every direction, every desperate scramble through the undergrowth is just a different flavor of failure that ends in the same bitter taste. This place, this clearing, is the center of my new universe. So I have stayed. I have made a meager camp near the edge of the woods, as far from the imposing presence of the boulder as I can get while still remaining in the open. I am no longer an explorer, I am a specimen, trapped in a terrarium for some unseen observer. My food is almost gone. I have been rationing it with a measurer's care, but the supply dwindles. Soon I will have nothing left but the water from the stream I found on one of my failed escapes. A stream I can thankfully still find. But it is the nights that are the worst. The nights are when the true horror of my situation becomes clear. When the sun finally vanishes, the moon that rises is not my moon. It is too large, its surface features alien and distorted. And the stars are all wrong. I know the constellations. I have slept under them my entire adult life. Orion, Cassiopeia, the Big Dipper. They were my celestial signposts, my old friends in the dark. They are not here. The sky above this clearing is a swirl of unfamiliar patterns of cold, glittering specks of light arranged in geometries that inspire a deep, primal dread. They are not my stars. I am no longer on any map, terrestrial or celestial. I am in a fold in the world, a place that the known universe has forgotten. I don't know what will happen when the food runs out. The thought terrifies me less than it should. Will I simply lie down and die of starvation? Or will something else happen? Will I just cease to be? Will I vanish, my atoms scattered, becoming another ghost story for hikers to dismiss around a campfire? My name, Jacob Thorne, will be added to a list of cold cases. My car will be found at the trailhead, a silent testament to a journey that went wrong. Search parties will calm these woods, their dogs and their technology useless. They will never find me. They cannot, because you can't find someone who is nowhere. You can't rescue someone who has stepped outside of the world. The boulder watches me. I know that sounds insane, but I can feel its presence, a silent, ancient gravity that holds me here. Sometimes, in the periphery of my vision, I think I see the fracture in the stone widen, just for a second, revealing a darkness inside that is deeper than any shadow. The silence is no longer empty. It's filled with the things I am trying not to think about, with the weight of my own impending non-existence. I was the man who doesn't get lost. Now I am the man who can never be found. My name is Samantha Reed. I am writing this in the hopes that my mind is playing tricks on me, that the fatigue and the fear are creating patterns where none exist. But I was a nurse for 40 years. I know the signs of a delirious mind, and I do not believe I am there yet. Something else is happening here. If you are reading this, it means I did not make it. It means the forest kept me. Please, I beg you, deliver this to my husband, George, and my daughter, Carrie. They need to know. Day 15. Lost had happened so innocently. George and I had a system. We'd hike our separate paces during the day. He was always faster, and meet at designated spots. Today's rendezvous was the Katahdin Stream Campground. I was making good time, feeling strong. The air was crisp, and the autumn colors were a spectacle of blazing reds and golds. Around midday, I needed a moment of privacy and stepped just off the trail, maybe 50 feet into a thicket of ferns and pine. It was dense, a solid wall of green, and I remember thinking how easy it would be to vanish in a place like this. When I was done, I turned back the way I came. Or the way I thought I came. The trail should have been right there, a clear, brown ribbon against the forest floor. It wasn't. I wasn't worried. Not at first. I've been hiking these trails my whole adult life. I took out my compass, expecting to orient myself in seconds. The needle spun lazily, then began to twitch erratically, refusing to settle on a direction. I tapped the glass thinking it was stuck. It just kept dancing, a frantic, useless jitter. Silly me. I whispered aloud, the sound swallowed by the trees. I must have just walked in a slight curve. I chose a direction and walked, certain I would cut across the trail at any moment. An hour later, I was still surrounded by the same impenetrable wilderness. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. A chill that had nothing to do with the evening air crept down my spine. Still, I refused to panic. I have my tent, a filter for water, and enough food for a few days. I'll make camp, and in the clear light of morning, I will find the trail. George will be waiting, probably grumbling and worrying, but he knows I can handle myself. I can't be late. I promised him. Day 3, the impossible loop. This is impossible. I am an experienced hiker. I know how to read the sun, the moss on the trees, the lay of the land. For 2 days, I have been walking in what I am certain is a straight line, using every navigational trick I know. Yet 3 times now, I have ended up back at this same damned stream. It's a small, gurgling creek with a distinctively shaped white boulder, smooth and round like a giant skull, half buried in the bank. The first time I saw it again, I thought it was a coincidence. The second time, my heart hammered against my ribs. Now, seeing it again after a full day of determined hiking in the opposite direction, a cold, sickening dread is pooling in my stomach. It's as if the forest is changing around me when I'm not looking. The trees feel like they are shifting, rearranging themselves to obscure any landmark I try to fix in my mind. I'll see a distinctive, lightning-scarred oak, and an hour later, it's gone, replaced by a dense cluster of birch. Trees I swear weren't there before. It feels like I'm on a treadmill, walking and walking, but going nowhere. The rational part of my brain, the nurse in me, is screaming for a logical explanation. Disorientation, stress, a minor stroke, perhaps. But it feels too real, too consistent. George will have reported me missing by now. I can almost hear the rangers organizing the search party, their voices echoing through the valleys. I just need to stay put. Conserve my energy. They'll find me. Someone has to find me. The thought of them searching, of George waiting, is the only thing keeping the terror at bay. Day 70, the silence and the whispers, the hunger is bad. It's a constant, gnawing ache in my belly that makes it hard to think. I finished the last of my protein bars 2 days ago. But the hunger is nothing compared to the silence. In all my years of hiking, I have never been in a place this quiet. There are no birds. No chirps, no calls, not even the flutter of wings. There are no squirrels chattering in the branches, no rustle of small animals in the undergrowth. There is only the wind, and it doesn't sound right. It moves through the pines with a low moan that feels less like weather and more like a warning. Then, at dusk, the whispering starts. It began 3 nights ago. A faint, sibilant sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement, except there is no pavement here, and often no wind. It seems to come from all directions at once, from the trees themselves. At first, I was convinced it was a trick of the mind. The stress, the lack of food, my brain creating noise to fill the oppressive void. But it's getting clearer. It's not just random sound. It has a cadence, a rhythm, like speech, just on the edge of comprehension. It feels malicious. It feels like the woods are observing me, talking about me. It feels like this ancient, silent place doesn't want me here and is making its displeasure known. I find myself holding my breath, straining to hear, to understand the words I know aren't there. I am a woman of science and logic. I do not believe in ghosts or monsters, but I am afraid. For the first time in my life, I am truly, deeply afraid of the woods. De Wadave, the man in the trees, I saw someone today, or I think I did. The days are blurring, a monotonous cycle of hunger, walking, and listening to the whispers. I had collapsed at the base of a large pine, trying to summon the energy to gather more firewood before nightfall. The sun was low, casting long, distorted shadows across the clearing I'd made my camp in. And that's when I saw him. He was standing at the far edge of the clearing, maybe 100 feet away, partially obscured by the trunk of a maple tree. He was tall and wore a dark coat, something too heavy and formal for a hiker. He was perfectly still, like a statue. My heart leaped with a surge of adrenaline, fueled hope so powerful it almost made me sick. "Hello," I screamed, my voice cracking from disuse. "Hello, can you help me?" I'm lost. Tears of relief streamed down my face. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the dizzy spell that followed. He didn't move. He didn't wave back or call out. He just stood there, a dark silhouette against the deepening gloom. I could feel his gaze on me, though I couldn't make out his face. It was an intense, unnerving stare. "Please," I sobbed, taking a clumsy step towards him. "My husband, they're looking for me." As I moved closer, he turned his head slowly, deliberately. Then, without a sound, he turned his whole body and simply walked into the trees. Not like a hiker pushing through brush, but like the forest itself swallowed him. He was there one moment, and the next, there was only the impenetrable wall of woods. I ran after him, screaming his name, calling him a coward, begging him to come back. I pushed into the trees where I'd last seen him, but there was no sign of him. No broken branches, no footprints in the soft earth. Nothing. Was he real? Was he a hunter who was startled by me? Or am I hallucinating now? The rational part of me says it was a vision brought on by starvation and stress. But the terror coiled in my gut says he was real, and he wasn't there to help. The whispering is louder now. Since the man appeared, it has changed. It's no longer on the edge of my hearing. I can hear a word, clear as day, woven into the sound of the wind. My name. Samantha. It stretches the syllables, mocking me. It's a game to whatever is doing this. A cruel, patient game. Day 15D, the false hope I found a shelter today. A small three-sided lean-to, like the ones you find every few miles on the main trail. It was old, the wood gray and splintered, but the roof was mostly intact. When I saw it, I cried again, but this time with a different kind of relief. This was proof. Proof that I was close to the trail. No one would build a shelter this deep in the untracked wilderness. My ordeal was almost over. I spent the rest of the day gathering firewood, feeling a sense of purpose I hadn't felt in weeks. I swept out the dirt floor with a pine bough and laid out my sleeping bag. For the first time since I got lost, I felt a flicker of hope. I would rest here tonight, and in the morning, I would find the trail that must be nearby. I fell asleep imagining George's face, the warmth of a real fire, the taste of real food. I woke in the dead of night to the sound of scratching, a slow, methodical scraping on the outside wall of the shelter, right behind my head. Scrape, scrape, scrape. My blood ran cold. It wasn't an animal. It was deliberate, rhythmic. Then the whispering started, but it wasn't in the trees anymore. It was right outside the wall, a low, guttural murmur. It was saying my name over and over. Samantha. Samantha. I lay there paralyzed for what felt like hours, listening to the scratching in the voice. I didn't dare make a sound. When dawn finally broke, the scratching stopped. I waited until the sun was fully up before I dared to peek outside. There was nothing there, but etched into the rotting wood of the shelter wall were deep gouges, spelling out a single word, Leav. I didn't need to be told twice. I packed my things with trembling hands and fled, not caring about direction, only about putting distance between me and that place. The shelter wasn't a sign of hope. It was a trap. Another move in the game. Day 18. The last camp I've set up my tent for what I know will be the last time. I no longer have the strength to take it down and pack it away. My food ran out days ago. I've been chewing on roots and eating bitter berries that cramp my stomach, but it's not enough. I'm so weak. The whispering voice guided me here, to this small, mossy clearing. It promised me the trail was just over this ridge. It sounded so convincing, so kind. It lied. It has been toying with me this entire time, leading me deeper and deeper into this place from which there is no return. I see that now. My wrong turn off the trail wasn't an accident. The compass wasn't broken. The silence, the whispers, the man in the trees, the shelter, it was all deliberate. I was chosen. I was led astray. The forest wanted me, and it tricked me into its heart. The hope I felt is gone, replaced by a hollow certainty. The search parties will never find this place. Day 2 a strange peace. I know I am going to die here. The realization didn't come in a wave of terror, but in a quiet, final settling, like dust on an abandoned object. The fear that has been my constant companion for weeks has finally exhausted itself. In its place is a deep, weary sadness that feels as ancient as the trees around me. The struggle is over. The forest has won. My thoughts are no longer of trails or rescue. They are of home. I think of George, of his terrible jokes and the way his eyes crinkle when he smiles. I picture him at the Rendezvous point, his worry turning to panic as the hours turned into days. I hope he knows, somehow, that this wasn't his fault, that there was nothing he could have done. I think of my daughter, Carrie. I see her as a little girl, holding my hand as we walked through the woods behind our house. I taught her the names of the trees, to respect the wilderness but never to fear it. I was wrong to tell her that. There are things to fear in these woods. They shouldn't blame themselves. My only regret is the pain my absence will cause them. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't even my fault. Not really. It was the mountain. It chose me. It saw me step off the path, and it claimed me. I am its harvest. There's a strange kind of peace in that thought. It's not my failure. It is simply my fate. Day 2040 fading, it is so cold now. The chill has settled deep in my bones, a permanent resident that no amount of shivering can dislodge. The world has shrunk to the thin nylon walls of this tent. Outside, the whispers have changed again. They are no longer mocking or malicious. Now they are soft, almost a lullaby. They tell me to rest, to sleep, to let go. They promise an end to the hunger and the cold. It would be so easy to listen. My body is shutting down. I know the signs. The lethargy, the confusion that clouds my mind for long stretches, the way my fingers are too numb and stiff to properly hold this pen. Writing is a monumental effort. Each letter is a victory against the encroaching darkness. I keep this journal clutched in my sleeping bag, the only thing of value I have left. It is my last act of defiance. My testament. The whispers say to let it go, to let the words fade like everything else. I will not. I saw the man in the dark coat again. He was standing just outside my tent, his form blurry through the frosted nylon. He didn't have a face, just a dark void beneath the brim of a hat. He stood there for hours, a silent, patient sentinel, waiting for me to expire. He is the shepherd of this place, and I am his lost lamb. When I finally close my eyes for good, I know he will be the last thing I see. Day 26A. Please, my pen is running out of ink. My hand is shaking so badly. But I have to write this last part. This is the most important part. When you find my body, please call my husband George and my daughter Carrie. Their numbers are in the front of this journal. It will be the greatest kindness for them to know that I am dead and where you found me, no matter how many years from now. The not knowing is a special kind of hell, and I cannot bear the thought of them living in it. Tell them I fought hard. Tell them I never gave up hope, even though I did. Tell them I thought of them until the very end. Tell them I love them more than these words can say. Tell George not to sell the boat. Tell Carrie to finish her degree. Tell them to live. For me, the whispering has stopped. It's very quiet now, so peaceful. I think the man in the coat is gone. I am alone, finally. The sun is shining on the wall of my tent, and it feels warm. I think I'll just rest my eyes for a little while. Just a little while. This was the last entry. The pen strokes on the final words are faint and barely legible. Samantha Reed's cause of death was determined to be exposure and starvation. The official report lists her death as a tragic accident, but those who have read her journal know that the truth is far more complicated. She didn't just get lost. She was taken. She was erased by a wilderness that is far older and far more sentient than we can possibly imagine. My name is Samuel Croft, though most people just call me Sam. By trade and by passion, I am a photographer. But my subjects aren't smiling families or majestic, sun-drenched landscapes. I'm drawn to the forgotten, the broken, the places that time has tried and failed to erase completely. There's a certain kind of mournful poetry in rusted metal, a silent history in peeling paint and crumbling mortar. I document the beauty and decay, the stories left behind in the ruins of human ambition. It's a niche calling, one that often leads me down forgotten roads and into the quiet, unsettling corners of the world. So, when I stumbled upon whispers of an abandoned 19th century chapel deep within the sprawling wilderness of the Blue Ridge Mountains in South Carolina, it was more than just an interest. It was a summons. The information came in fragments, pieced together from obscure urban exploration forums and digital archives of local folklore. They called it St. Giles Chapel. According to the scattered accounts, it wasn't just the church that remained, but its graveyard, a small, secluded patch of consecrated ground that had been slowly surrendering to nature for over a century. The legends were vague but persistent, similar to tales I'd read about other haunted Appalachian sites, like the old Sternch or Carter's Chapel. Stories of eerie lights, disembodied voices, and a lingering sadness that clung to the very air. For me, this was the perfect subject. The journey itself was a deliberate shedding of the modern world. It began on a paved highway, which soon gave way to a winding state road, and then to a gravel track that rattled the fillings in my teeth. Finally, I parked my Jeep where the track dissolved into an impassable, overgrown footpath. Slinging my heavy pack over my shoulders and securing my camera bag, I took a deep breath of the humid, pine-scented air and stepped into the woods. The hike was an immersion. The trail was barely visible, a ghost of a path that I followed more by instinct than by sight. The canopy of leaves overhead was so thick it cast the forest floor in a perpetual twilight, and the only sounds were the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the buzz of insects, and my own labored breathing. With every step, I felt the grip of civilization loosening, replaced by a profound, almost intimidating silence. After nearly 2 hours, I saw it. Through a break in the trees, a dark shape clawed at the sky, the steeple. As I drew closer, the full scene unfolded, and it stole the breath from my lungs. The church wasn't just abandoned, it was a skeleton. The roof had long since collapsed, leaving the main hall open to the elements. The walls, built from heavy, dark local stone, were covered in a tapestry of moss and ivy. The steeple stood defiant, a jagged finger pointing accusingly at the heavens. It was a perfect monument to entropy, more beautiful than I could have imagined. But it was the graveyard that truly held me captive. Situated just behind the ruins, it was a small, lopsided square of land dotted with weathered tombstones. They listed at all angles, like a fleet of small ships, sinking into a sea of grass and weeds. I walked among them, my feet sinking into the soft earth. The inscriptions were almost entirely gone, smoothed away by 100 years of wind and rain, leaving behind only the ghosts of names and dates. I could feel the weight of time here, a tangible presence. This was not a place of grand memorials, but of quiet, forgotten sorrows. I knew immediately that a few hours of daylight wouldn't be enough. I needed to capture this place in the ethereal, liminal light of dusk and dawn. I needed to feel its nocturnal pulse. I found a small, relatively flat clearing on a slight rise that overlooked both the church and the graveyard. It was the perfect vantage point. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, I set up my small one-man tent, the synthetic rustle of the fabric sounding like a shout in the stillness. I made a simple meal on my camp stove and sat on a fallen log, watching the light change, my camera at my side. The silence was absolute now, a deep, resonant peace that settled into my bones. This was why I did what I did, to be a solitary witness to these forgotten histories. Later, cocooned in my sleeping bag, I drifted off, feeling a strange sense of privilege, as if the place had accepted my presence and was preparing to share its secrets. Sometime deep in the night, a sound pulled me from my sleep. It was faint, almost imperceptible at first, easily mistaken for a night bird or a trick of the wind. But then it came again, clearer this time. Giggling? It was the light, airy sound of a child's giggle. My heart hammered against my ribs. I sat bolt upright, every sense screaming. In this profound isolation, miles from any road or house, the sound was so impossibly wrong. With trembling hands, I found the zipper of my tent and pulled it down, the sound unnervingly loud in the dead quiet. I peered out into the night. The moon was nearly full, bathing the scene in a silvery, dreamlike glow. The ruins of the church were a study in shadow and light. And there, in the graveyard, among the leaning tombstones, a figure was moving. It was small and indistinct, a smudge of deeper darkness against the moonlit grass. It hopped from one spot to another, a shadow playing a silent, solitary game of hopscotch between the graves. A chill that had nothing to do with the night air washed over me. I felt a flicker of fear, yes, but it was quickly overshadowed by a surge of adrenaline, of pure, unadulterated professional excitement. This was it. This was the secret. My first instinct wasn't to hide or to run. It was to grab my camera. This was what I had come for. The veil was thin here, and I was about to capture a glimpse of what lay beyond. My hands moved with practiced efficiency, even as my mind reeled. I eased my camera out of its bag, the familiar weight of small comfort against the tide of unreality. I attached my preferred low-light lens, my fingers deftly twisting the cold metal into place. Every professional instinct I had honed over the years took over, silencing the primal scream in my skull that urged me to run. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a moment that transcended the normal bounds of my work. I wasn't just documenting decay, I was documenting something that, by all rights, shouldn't exist. Resting the camera on the edge of my tent opening to steady it, I brought the viewfinder to my eye. Through the lens, the world became a framed, manageable rectangle. The shadow child was still there, hopping with a silent, eerie grace. I adjusted the focus, trying to resolve the indistinct smudge into something concrete, something a sensor could capture. I depressed the shutter button. The click of the mechanism was a gunshot in the profound quiet, a percussive intrusion into a silent film. The shadow child didn't react. It just kept playing its solitary game, oblivious. I took another photo and another, bracketing my exposures, changing my shutter speed, doing everything I could to ensure a usable image. The shape remained frustratingly vague. A distortion in the moonlight, a piece of the night that had detached itself and learned to move. It wasn't frightening in that moment, not really. It was deeply, etchingly melancholic, a lonely ghost in a lonely, forgotten place. A sudden memory surfaced, something I'd read on one of those forums while researching the chapel. It was a strange bit of local lore, a story about a haunted stretch of road not far from this area. The legend said that if you stopped your car on that road at night, killed the engine and the lights, you could sometimes see the shadow of a child climb down from a tree and approach the vehicle. They called it a haint, a regional term for a restless spirit tied to a specific place. This felt like that, a local phenomenon, an echo of a life cut short, now bound to this hallowed, neglected ground. Seeing it not as a threat, but as a part of the landscape's sad history, my fear receded, replaced by a strange sense of empathy. After a few more shots, I retreated back into my tent, the adrenaline slowly leaving my system. I felt a strange sense of privilege, as if the mountain itself had shared a profound secret with me. I slept, and my dreams were of silent, skipping shadows. The second night was different. I had spent the day exploring the ruins in more detail, photographing the way the afternoon light streamed through the gaping holes in the church walls. I felt a nervous anticipation for nightfall, eager to see if my visitor would return. As darkness reclaimed the mountainside, I sat outside my tent, camera ready. The moon rose, and the graveyard was once again bathed in its ethereal light. And then he was there. He wasn't playing tonight. He was standing perfectly still at the edge of the graveyard, right where the consecrated ground met the untamed woods, and he was staring directly at my tent. The form was less a smudge of shadow now, more solid, more defined. Through my telephoto lens, I could make out the distinct silhouette of a small boy. He appeared to be wearing old-fashioned clothes, knickerbockers and a small, fitted jacket, like a tiny Victorian ghost. The air grew colder. My breath plumed in front of my face. The melancholic feeling from the previous night was gone, replaced by a growing knot of dread in my stomach. Then he moved. He raised one shadowy hand and beckoned to me. A slow, deliberate curl of his fingers. An invitation. I did not move. I stayed half hidden in the opening of my tent, my curiosity now wrestling with a very real, very primal fear. The veil between the worlds, they say, is thin in places like this, in old graveyards, on lonely mountaintops, in places saturated with emotion. I was beginning to feel just how thin it was, stretched taut and vibrating with an energy I couldn't comprehend. I took a few photos, my hands less steady this time, but my professional duty warred with my instinct for self-preservation. He just stood there, beckoning for what felt like an hour before finally fading back into the darkness from which he came. I didn't get much sleep that night. The third night, I was woken from a fitful doze by a new sound, a dry, scratching sound like fingernails being dragged across the fabric of my tent. Scratch, scrape, scratch. My blood ran cold. I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. I could hear something breathing just on the other side of the thin nylon wall, a soft, wet sound. Then a voice whispered, so close it felt like it was inside my head. Come and play. It was the voice of a small child, high and pleading. But there was an undertone to it, something hollow and ancient that didn't belong. I'm lonely. I didn't answer. I didn't dare to breathe. I lay there rigid with terror for what felt like an eternity, listening to the small, insistent scratching and the whispered, desperate pleas. The sound eventually stopped, but the feeling of presence lingered just outside my tent until the first hint of dawn began to lighten the sky. The peace I had felt in this place was shattered, replaced by a suffocating sense of being watched, of being hunted. The lonely ghost was no longer just a sad story. It was an active, malevolent force, and it wanted something from me. Sleep was impossible after that. I spent the rest of the third night sitting up in my sleeping bag, my largest mag light gripped in my hand like a club, flinching at every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig. The benevolent silence of the mountains had been replaced by a menacing quiet, pregnant with threat. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague prickle on my neck. It was a physical weight pressing in on the thin nylon walls of my tent. The peace I had sought in this forgotten place had curdled into pure, undiluted terror. The entity outside was no longer a curious echo of the past. It was a predator, and it was actively trying to get in. By the time the first gray light of dawn filtered through the canopy, I had made my decision. That was it. I'd had enough. My project, my quest for the perfect shot of beautiful decay, was over. No photograph was worth this. My only priority now was to get away from this place, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that whispering voice. The fourth day was an agony of paranoia. I didn't dare leave the immediate vicinity of my tent. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into a small, boyish shape. The wind sighing through the skeletal ruins of the church sounded like a lonely whisper. I was sleep-deprived and running on raw adrenaline. My plan was to pack up my essential gear just before dusk, get a few hours of restless sleep, if I could, and then hike out at the very first sign of dawn. Leaving in the dark was not an option. I couldn't risk getting lost and having to spend another night in these woods. As the afternoon sun began its descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the graveyard, I began to pack. I worked with a frantic, desperate energy, stuffing my sleeping bag, my stove, and my clothes into my pack. My hands shook so badly that it took me 3 tries to buckle the main strap. I was saving my camera gear for last, wrapping each lens with a care that felt absurd under the circumstances. It was then, as I knelt on the ground, that I felt the temperature drop. The air grew still and heavy, and the ambient sounds of the forest, the insects, the birds, fell silent. I knew with a certainty that sank into my soul like a stone that he was back. Slowly, I lifted my head. He was standing in the middle of the graveyard, perhaps 30 yards away. The setting sun was behind him, casting him in silhouette, but this was no mere shadow. He was solid, real, and he wasn't alone. He was standing next to a mound of freshly turned earth, next to a hole, a child-sized, rectangular hole dug into the ground between 2 leaning tombstones. An open grave. He turned to face me, and for the first time I saw him clearly. He was no longer a smudge of darkness or a Victorian silhouette. He was corporeal and hideously solid. His skin was the color of bleached bone, almost luminous in the twilight. His clothes were tattered and stained with grave dirt. But it was his eyes that shattered the last remnants of my courage. They weren't eyes. They were 2 black, empty pits, voids that seemed to drink the light around them. He smiled, a wide, unnatural grin that stretched his pale lips too far, revealing gums as black as his eyes. He raised a single, pale and unnervingly long finger and pointed down into the hole. A voice echoed in my head, but it wasn't the pleading whisper of a lonely child. It was something else. A chorus of voices, ancient and layered, speaking as one. It was a voice of dust and rot and infinite, patient hunger. There's room for 2. It rasped. That was the moment I finally, truly understood. This thing wasn't a lonely ghost. It wasn't a haint or a sad echo of a life lost. It was a lure, a trap, a predator that wore the skin of a lost child to draw in the curious, the empathetic, the foolish. It didn't want a playmate. It wanted to make me its neighbor. Forever. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat. I abandoned everything. My state of the art camera, my expensive lenses, my tent, my pack, all of it meaningless junk. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran away from the graveyard, plunging into the dense, dark woods in the opposite direction of the trail. Behind me, I heard it again. A giggle, but now it was stripped of all childish innocence. It was a sound of pure malice, of triumphant hunger, and it chased me through the trees, echoing from all sides as if the forest itself were mocking me. I ran blindly, fueled by sheer terror. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes and skin. I stumbled, fell, and scrambled back up, my lungs burning, my heart feeling like it would explode. The giggling was always there, sometimes seeming right behind me, sometimes seeming to whisper directly in my ear. I ran until the sun came up, until the sounds of the living world, the distant drone of a highway, began to filter back in. I didn't stop until I burst out of the woods and onto the hard shoulder of a paved road, collapsing onto the asphalt, sobbing and gasping for air. Weeks later, back in the sterile safety of my apartment, I finally worked up the courage to deal with the aftermath. I had to replace my passport, my wallet, everything. But I had managed, in my flight, to inexplicably keep the memory card from my camera clenched in my fist. My hand still shook as I slid it into the reader. I had to know. I had to see what, if anything, I had captured. I clicked through the images. The photos of the crumbling church were magnificent. The photos of the tilted gravestones were haunting. Then I got to the shots from the first night. The moonlit graveyard, still and peaceful, empty. I clicked to the next. The graveyard, empty. Again, there was no shadow child. There was no ghostly boy. There was nothing there but moonlight and stone. He was never there to be captured on film. He was only ever there for me, waiting for me to accept his invitation to come and play. My name is Sarah, and until a few weeks ago, I lived my life by a simple, unwavering code. If you can't measure it, test it, or prove it with empirical data, it doesn't exist. It was a philosophy that had served me well through a master's degree in astrophysics, and into a career that demanded logic and reason above all else. Ghosts, curses, spirits, the entire supernatural menagerie, they were nothing more than fascinating relics of a pre-scientific age, psychological crutches for minds trying to find patterns in the chaos of the universe. To me, the cosmos was infinitely more wondrous and terrifying than any campfire story, and its horrors were cold, mathematical, and vast, not personal or vengeful. So, when my boyfriend Mark suggested a week, long camping trip deep in the Great Smoky Mountains, I saw it not as a communion with nature, but as a field study. He was the romantic, the one who saw ancient spirits in the gnarled branches of old oaks and felt a tangible energy in the air. I saw geological formations, diverse ecosystems, and predictable weather patterns. He packed a compass and a heart full of wonder. I packed a high-powered telescope and a new book on quantum entanglement. We were a study in contrasts, yet we worked. He grounded my celestial daydreams, and I, in turn, kept his feet from floating away entirely. The Appalachians are old, older than the Rockies, older than the Himalayas, older than bone. As we drove deeper into their embrace, leaving civilization behind in a cloud of dust and exhaust fumes, even my skeptical mind had to concede a certain weight to the place. The mountains rolled on into the horizon like the spine of some colossal, sleeping beast. Sunlight, sharp and brilliant in the open sky, became dappled and green as it filtered through the dense canopy of trees, painting the forest floor in shifting mosaics of light and shadow. The air grew thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, resinous scent of pine. It was beautiful, but it was also profoundly isolating. For 2 days, we followed the designated trails, sharing the path with other hikers and families. But Mark, ever the adventurer, was hungry for something more authentic. He'd read about a secluded waterfall, a hidden gem far from the beaten path. "Come on, Sarah," he'd urged, unfolding a creased topographical map. "Where's your sense of adventure? We can't come all this way just to walk on a glorified sidewalk." Reluctantly, I agreed. I'm an urban explorer at heart. The decay of cities, the skeletons of forgotten factories and abandoned subway stations, that was my preferred brand of ruin. The wilderness felt too alive, too chaotic. Nevertheless, I followed him as we pushed through dense thickets of rhododendron, the waxy leaves slapping against our faces, and scrambled over moss, slick boulders that looked as if they had been tumbled there by giants. The sounds of other people faded, replaced by the whisper of the wind through the leaves and the frantic chirping of unseen birds. We were utterly alone. It was on the afternoon of our third day that we found it. Tucked away in a small, unnaturally quiet clearing was the ruin of a cabin. It was more a suggestion of a structure than a building. The roof had long ago surrendered to gravity and weather, caving in on itself to expose the dark interior to the sky. The walls, built from rough, hewn logs now gray and pockmarked with rot, leaned at precarious angles. It looked ancient, a wound in the side of the forest that had been festering for a century or more. Mark was cautious. "Maybe we should keep going," he said, his voice a low murmur. But the urban explorer in me, the part that craves the stories held by decaying places, was wide awake. "No, wait. I just want to look inside," I said, my curiosity overriding my unease. "It's just an old hunting cabin." The air inside was thick and still, heavy with the smell of mold and wet stone. Rotted floorboards groaned under my boots. Debris was everywhere, shards of rusted metal, the ghost of a cast iron stove, and a scattering of dirt caked bottles. But amidst the rot, something caught my eye. Half buried under a pile of pulpy, decomposed leaves and wood was a book. Its leather cover was warped and peeling, the color of dried blood. Water damage had buckled the pages, and a fine lacework of green and black mold crept along its edges. With gentle fingers, I pried it from its damp tome. The title, embossed in what might have once been gold foil, was barely legible household instructor and guide to health. It looked like an old farmer's almanac, a quaint piece of history. I imagined it filled with advice on crop rotation and home remedies for coughs. That night, back at our own modern and meticulously organized campsite a half-mile away, the warmth of our fire pushed back the encroaching darkness. As Mark grilled sausages on a stick, I opened my strange discovery. The brittle pages crackled in protest. I had been right in a way; it was full of remedies and instructions. But as I read on, my initial amusement began to curdle into a different kind of fascination. This was no farmer's almanac. Tucked between poultices for boils and tinctures, for fevers were other things. There were instructions for crafting charms from bird bones and river stones, detailed diagrams for wards to be painted on doors, and chants to find lost items. It was a grimoire, a practical handbook of folk magic. It reminded me of the old Pennsylvania Dutch powwow books I'd read about, a syncretic blend of faith healing and European folk traditions that had seeped into the very soil of these Appalachian hills. It was conjure, work, plain and simple. "Listen to this one," I said, a mocking laugh in my voice. I held the book up to the firelight, the flickering flames making the strange script dance. Mark looked over, a curious smile on his face. "It's a charm for the protection of the home." I cleared my throat and, in my most dramatic theatrical voice, read the strange, lyrical words aloud. "Be stone and root by hearth and door, I bind this place forevermore. Let no harm enter, let no soul stray. Let this home's guardian hold its sway." When I finished, the wood seemed to fall silent for a moment. The chirping of the crickets, the rustle of the leaves. It all seemed to pause as if holding its breath. Then Mark shivered, pulling his jacket tighter in a theatrical display. "Ooh, spooky," he said, breaking the spell. "You probably just summoned a ghost to protect our tent." We both burst out laughing, the sound echoing in the sudden stillness. The idea was absurd, utterly delightfully absurd. We finished our dinner, the strange book lying forgotten by the fire, and crawled into our sleeping bags, secure in the knowledge that the only things that went bump in the night were raccoons and the occasional falling branch. My skepticism was a warm, comfortable blanket, and I drifted off to sleep wrapped tightly within it. The next morning, the sun rose, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and orange. The air was cool and crisp, and the forest was alive with the sound of birdsong. It was a perfect morning, idyllic and serene. The memory of the previous night's spooky reading felt distant and silly, a moment of foolish theatrics. We made coffee, ate a breakfast of instant oatmeal, and began the routine task of breaking down our camp. We worked efficiently, rolling up our sleeping bags, collapsing the tent, and stuffing everything into our oversized packs. The old book, my strange souvenir, I wrapped carefully in a spare shirt and placed near the top of my bag. By 9 o'clock, we were ready to hike out, ready to get back to civilization. Mark asked, shouldering his pack and stretching his arms. More than ready, I replied, adjusting my own straps. I could kill for a real cheeseburger. We started walking toward the edge of the small clearing where we had camped, toward the faint indentation in the forest floor that marked the trail we'd left the day before. The path was barely 20 feet away, a clear line of sight through the trees. But as I took the final step to leave the clearing, I stopped short. It was like walking into a pane of glass. My body halted with a soft, jarring thud. Though there was nothing there, I stumbled back, confused. Whoa, almost tripped. I muttered, more to myself than to Mark. I tried again, slower this time, my hand outstretched. My fingers made contact with nothing, and yet they could go no further. There was no sensation, no pressure, no texture, no temperature change, just an absolute, immovable boundary. The air in front of me looked exactly the same as the air behind me. The leaves on the trees beyond the boundary swayed in the breeze. A squirrel scampered up a trunk. Everything was normal, except for the fact that I could not move past an invisible line. "What is this?" Mark said, coming up beside me. His voice was light with curiosity, not yet alarm. He reached out his own hand and pressed forward. His expression changed instantly. The casual curiosity evaporated, replaced by a deep, furrowed confusion. "What the hell?" "It's like a wall." He pushed harder, his muscles tensing. "I don't understand." Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my composure. We tried walking the perimeter of the clearing. It was a perfect, unbroken circle, roughly 50 feet in diameter, with our doused fire pit at its exact center. On all sides, the result was the same. We could see the forest, we could smell it, we could hear it, but we were sealed off from it as if we were in a giant, invisible hamster ball. Mark started throwing small pebbles. They would travel a few feet and then simply stop in mid-air and fall to the ground, as if they had hit a solid surface. And then I knew. The memory of the night before crashed down on me with the force of a physical blow. The clearing, the fire pit, the book. My mocking voice reading the strange, lyrical words. By stone and root, by hearth and door, I bind this place forevermore. The pieces clicked into place with a horrifying, sickening certainty. The ruins of the cabin couldn't have been far from here. When I read the spell, I wasn't just reading words from a book. I had performed a ritual, with our campfire as the hearth, and our tent as the home. I had accidentally invoked the cabin's guardian spirit and defined our campsite as the space it was now sworn to protect. "Oh God," I whispered, the words catching in my throat. I sank to the ground, my pack suddenly feeling impossibly heavy. Mark the book. The spell. He stared at me, his face pale. "What are you talking about?" "The charm for the protection of the home," I choked out. I read it out loud. Right here, I did this. The foundation of my entire worldview, the bedrock of logic and reason upon which I had built my life, crumbled to dust in that single, horrifying moment of realization. As Mark's panic began to spiral into frantic, desperate attempts to charge through the barrier, I saw a change in the air near the fire pit. It began to shimmer, like heat haze rising from asphalt on a summer day. The shimmering coalesced, slowly taking on shape and substance, solidifying into the form of a man. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in the simple, rough spun clothes of a 19th century farmer. His face was stern, all sharp angles and deep-set eyes, framed by a severe beard. He wasn't transparent, but translucent, like smoky quartz. We could see the trees and the sky through his form, yet he possessed a definite, undeniable presence. He wasn't threatening or menacing. He just stood there, his spectral hands clasped in front of him, watching us with an expression of complete, impassive resolve. He was the guardian, and he was simply doing his job. "Let us go!" I screamed, my voice raw with terror.
Please, let us out!
The spirit didn't move its lips, but a voice echoed directly inside my head. It was not a sound I heard with my ears, but a thought I felt with my mind. The voice was calm, deep, and utterly resolute. "This is your home now. You are safe here. I will not let you leave. I will not let you come to harm." We were prisoners of a protective spell. The rest of that day and all of the next were a living nightmare of futile struggle. The spirit remained a constant, silent presence. It was the perfect jailer. It wouldn't let us leave, but its definition of harm was absolute. When a large, dead branch cracked and fell from high up in an ancient oak tree, hurtling directly towards our supplies, it was deflected by the invisible barrier with a sickening, silent ripple, landing harmlessly a foot outside our prison. Later that afternoon, a curious black bear, drawn by the scent of our remaining food, ambled toward our camp. The spirit simply turned its dispassionate gaze upon the animal. The bear stopped dead, let out a low, guttural whine of fear, and fled back into the woods. He was protecting us just as the spell had commanded. But we were trapped, and as the sun began to set on our second day of imprisonment, a new, more profound terror began to dawn on me. We were safe from the world, but who was going to save us from our savior? The Guardian's idea of protection was becoming more and more extreme. Its logic was absolute, unbending, and utterly devoid of context. It saw everything as a potential threat. When I tried to rebuild the fire to ward off the encroaching night chill, the spirit manifested directly in front of me, its form more solid than before, blocking my path. The voice in my head was gentle, yet firm. "The fire is a danger. It can burn you. I will keep you safe." It wouldn't let us get near the fire pit. When I took out my utility knife to slice some of our dwindling supply of cheese, the knife was plucked from my hand by an unseen force and tossed to the very edge of our invisible cage, far beyond our reach. A blade is a danger. It can cut you. I will keep you safe. We were being managed, curated, kept in a sterile bubble by a force that considered a chilly evening preferable to the risk of a spark, and hunger preferable to the risk of a sharp edge. The true horror of our situation settled in. This thing wasn't evil. In its own twisted, ancient way, it was trying to help, but its help was a death sentence. Mark, whose romantic notions had been sandblasted away by 2 days of terror, finally broke. With a roar of pure frustration, he took a running start and charged at the barrier, hoping to break through by sheer force of will. He hit the invisible wall, and a ripple of force, like a shockwave, emanated from the point of impact. The Guardian, who had been standing impassively by the cold fire pit, manifested instantly in front of him. It raised a translucent hand, not in anger, but with the simple, direct motion of stopping a misbehaving child. The hand connected with Mark's chest, and he was thrown backwards with terrifying force, landing in a heap on the hard, packed earth, the wind knocked out of him. The voice echoed in my mind again, colder this time, laced with something that felt like disappointment. "I will protect you, even from yourselves." I knew then that it would starve us to death, all in the name of keeping us safe. My scientific skepticism, my arrogant mockery of this ancient power had led us to this. I had scoffed at the words in that book, and now they were going to be our epitaph. While Mark recovered, gasping for breath, I frantically retrieved the grimoire. My hands shook so badly I could barely turn the brittle, moldy pages. I scanned the archaic script, my eyes flying over remedies for colic and charms, for finding water, my mind racing. I was no longer looking for an explanation. I was looking for an escape clause. There had to be a way to reverse it, a counter spell, something to dismiss the spirit I had so carelessly summoned. Finally, in a section on spirit wards and banishments. I found a passage. It was smudged with water damage and obscured by a creeping black mold, but I could just make out the words. It spoke of releasing a guardian when its charge is complete, or when its home is no longer a home. The phrase hung in the air, a cryptic clue in a language I was only just beginning to understand. No longer a home? What did that mean? The spirit had defined our campsite, our tent, our fire pit, our meager belongings as its home to be protected. An idea began to form in my mind. It was a terrible, desperate, and utterly insane idea. It was a Hail Mary pass into the heart of a superstition I had spent my entire life denying. "Mark," I said, my voice trembling, barely a whisper. He looked up at me, his face a mask of despair. "We have to destroy the camp. We have to burn it all." He stared at me as if I'd lost my mind. "What?" "Sarah, that's everything we have left. It's our only chance." I insisted, the certainty of my desperate logic growing stronger. "The spell is protecting this place because it thinks it's our home. We have to prove to it that it's not. We have to make it no longer a home." It was the logic of a madwoman, but it was the only logic we had left. It took us an hour to argue, to weigh the certainty of slow starvation against the slim, insane hope of my plan. In the end, desperation won. With the impassive gaze of the guardian upon us, we began to dismantle our lives. We threw our sleeping bags onto the cold fire pit, followed by our spare clothes, our backpacks, the last of our food. Everything we had. We saved our small canister of stove fuel for last. As we piled our worldly possessions into a sacrificial pyre, the Spirit Watch, its form flickering slightly, a hint of confusion in its otherwise placid demeanor. With a final, shared look of terrified resolve, Mark and I doused the pile with the fuel. I tossed a lit match. The pyre erupted in a whoosh of orange flame and black smoke. As the fire roared upwards, greedily consuming our home, the effect on the spirit was immediate and violent. It began to flicker and distort, its form wavering like a faulty projection. It let out a silent scream, a wave of agony and rage that crashed through my mind, a psychic shriek of a creature whose entire purpose was being systematically undone. Its home was being destroyed. It was failing its sacred duty. As the last of our tent melted into a pile of black, bubbling sludge, the invisible barrier that had imprisoned us dissolved. The air changed. The pressure was gone. We could feel the breeze from the forest beyond. We didn't wait. We ran. We scrambled from the clearing, from the stinking, dying fire, from the fading, furious ghost of the guardian. We didn't look back. I am not a skeptic anymore. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, not in the way the stories tell them. But I believe in the power of words, of rituals, of the deep, ancient magic that sleeps in the forgotten corners of these mountains. I believe that some forces operate on a logic that science has yet to chart. And I believe, with every fiber of my being, that some book should never, ever be opened. My name is Leo, and two of my best friends are gone. One of them is dead, and the other might as well be. It's been 5 years, but the guilt is a physical weight, a constant pressure behind my eyes that never truly goes away. The story I'm about to tell isn't for entertainment. It's a confession, a warning. It's the story of how our stupidity, our youthful arrogance, unleashed something that should have slept for eternity in the dark heart of the Appalachian Mountains. We were idiots. There's no other way to put it. Me, Josh, and Ben, fresh out of high school and saturated with that toxic, beautiful conviction of our own immortality. Summer was stretching out before us like an endless golden road, and we were determined to drive it at full speed. Josh was the one with the plan, as always. He was our gravitational center, a whirlwind of reckless energy and infectious laughter. He had a beat-up Ford pickup that smelled of gasoline and old adventures, and he saw the world as a playground built just for him. Rules were suggestions, and boundaries were made to be pushed. Ben was the opposite. He was the anchor, the quiet, steady presence that kept Josh from spinning completely out of control, and me from getting lost in my own head. He was practical, kind, and had a smile that could diffuse any argument. Where Josh was the accelerator, Ben was the brake, and I was somewhere in the middle, the nervous hand on the steering wheel, trying to keep us on some semblance of a road. The plan was simple, a 3-day camping trip deep in the Pisgah National Forest. No parents, no rules, just us, a mountain, and a cooler full of cheap beer we'd paid some older kid to buy for us. To us, it was the ultimate expression of freedom. We pictured ourselves as rugged explorers, pioneers taming the wilderness. In reality, we were 3 suburban kids with flimsy tents, a shared bag of marshmallows, and a dangerously inflated sense of our own competence. The first day was perfect, almost deceptively so. The North Carolina air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine and damp earth. The sun filtered through the dense canopy of leaves, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. We found a secluded spot by a gurgling creek, set up our pathetic little camp with a misplaced sense of pride, and spent the afternoon skipping stones and talking about the future. It felt idyllic, a scene from a movie about lifelong friendship. There was no hint of the darkness lurking just beyond the edge of our perception. The second day, the day everything changed, started with Josh's signature brand of restless energy. "I'm bored of this," he declared, kicking at the dirt by the fire pit. "We came here to explore, not sit around like a bunch of old ladies." "We are exploring," Ben said reasonably, gesturing to the creek and the surrounding woods. "This is it." "No, really explore," Josh said, his eyes gleaming. "Off trail, where nobody else goes." A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. My grandmother, Nana Rose, was born and raised in these mountains. She was a woman woven from folklore and mountain wisdom, and her stories were the unsettling soundtrack of my childhood. She spoke of the woods as a living thing, a place with an ancient memory and dark, hidden corners that were not meant for human eyes. "You stick to the path, Leo," she'd always told me, her voice low and serious. "The woods are older than God, and they don't like being disturbed." "I don't know, man," I said, trying to sound casual. "It's easy to get lost out there." Josh just laughed, that big, booming laugh that always made you feel foolish for worrying. "Lost. We've got the sun, we've got the creek. We're not morons." He clapped me on the shoulder. "Come on, Leo. Lev a little." Ben looked at me, a silent question in his eyes. He wouldn't go if I didn't, but I knew I'd be labeled the coward, the party pooper, for the rest of the trip. So, against every instinct screaming in my gut, I nodded. "All right, but we're not gone for long." We ventured into the untamed woods, the familiar trail quickly disappearing behind us. The forest here felt different. The trees were older, their trunks wider and draped in beards of moss. The air was heavier, the silence more profound. It felt like we had stepped back in time. We were about a mile from camp, scrambling over a moss-covered log, when Ben, who was in the lead, stopped dead. "Whoa. Guys, look at this." Hanging from the thick, gnarled branch of an ancient oak tree was a strange object. It was a length of braided thread, its original red color faded by countless seasons to a dull, rusty brown. Tied into it, pulled so tight they seemed to strain the very fibers, were 9 distinct knots. It swayed gently in the faint breeze, a silent, cryptic message in the heart of the forest. It looked ancient, an artifact from a forgotten time. Ben poked at it with a fallen branch. "What do you think it is?" "Some kind of weird decoration." But I knew. The moment I saw it, a cold dread washed over me, and Nana Rose's voice echoed in my head. She'd told me stories about these, her words whispered in the dim light of her kitchen. She called them a witch's ladder or a binding spell. A trap, a cage woven from thread and intention, designed to hold something malevolent, a hateful spirit, a haint, or, in the oldest stories, the very soul of a powerful witch who couldn't be killed. Each knot was a lock on the prison, a seal on a power too dangerous to be left free. As long as the binding held, the entity was powerless, sleeping an enforced, dreamless sleep. "It's folk magic," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "A binding. My grandmother told me about them. It's supposed to keep something bad trapped." Josh, who had already cracked open a warm beer he'd stuffed in his pocket, scoffed. "Trapped, like a ghost in a bottle." "That's awesome." He grinned that reckless grin of his and, to my horror, pulled out his worn pocket knife, the one he used for everything from whittling sticks to cleaning his fingernails. He flicked the blade open with a practiced snap of his wrist. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's let a genuine, primal fear, cold and sharp, lance through me. Don't be an idiot, Josh. I snapped, my voice harsher than I intended. I'm serious. My grandma said you never, ever mess with these things. It's not a joke. Leo's right. Ben added, stepping forward. He put a hand on Josh's arm. Come on, man. It's probably nothing, but why risk it? It's just some old weird junk. Let's just leave it. Josh shook his head, pulling his arm away from Ben. His face was set in a stubborn, mocking pout, amplified by the beer. You guys are unbelievable. You actually buy into this hillbilly hocus pocus. It's a piece of string! What's it gonna do, strangle us in our sleep? He let out another booming laugh, but this time it felt forced, brittle. He was playing the role of the fearless leader who wouldn't be swayed by childish ghost stories. Myths are meant to be busted. That's how science works. This isn't a science experiment, you moron! It's a grave marker! I was practically shouting now, the quiet of the ancient forest amplifying my panicked voice. You don't go digging up coffins to see if vampires are real. Just leave it alone? But he wasn't listening. He was looking past me, past Ben, his focus entirely on the knotted thread. It was a challenge to him, a dare from a forgotten world, and Josh never backed down from a dare. With a theatrical flourish and a final, defiant, "You're welcome, evil spirit," he reached up and sawed at the ancient, brittle thread with his knife. The sound it made was pathetic. Not a dramatic snap, but a dry, tired thirp. The thread parted, and the length of 9 knots fell to the forest floor, landing in a sad little heap amongst the dead leaves and damp earth. For a moment, nothing happened. The three of us stood there, frozen. The forest was silent. No ghostly wail. No sudden gust of wind. No bolt of lightning from a clear sky. There was just the string, lying inert on the ground, looking even more pathetic and foolish than it had hanging from the tree. Josh took an exaggerated bow. See, nothing. The only thing trapped here was your imagination. He kicked at the knotted string, scattering it. Now, can we please go back to camp and drink some real beer? Ben and I exchanged an uneasy glance. But Josh's confidence was a powerful force. The absolute anticlimax of the moment made my fears feel overblown and silly. He was right. It was just a piece of string. The world hadn't ended. I felt my shoulders slump, the tension draining out of me, replaced by a vague embarrassment. We started back the way we came, Josh leading the way, whistling off key. Ben clapped me on the back, a silent apology for siding with Josh, and soon enough, we were all joking about it, the incident already being woven into the legend of our trip. But as we walked, I couldn't shake a feeling of being watched. The woods, which had felt ancient but peaceful on the way in, now seemed expectant. The air grew still, the normal rustle of leaves and chatter of squirrels fading into an unnerving quiet. Several times I glanced back over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something standing there, but there was only the dense, indifferent green. Back at camp, got the fire going again as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and purple. We cracked open beers, roasted hot dogs, and fell back into our easy rhythm. Josh was in his element, telling loud, animated stories, and his laughter echoed in the twilight. Yet, as darkness truly fell, a change crept over our little sanctuary. The temperature plummeted. It wasn't the gentle cool of a mountain evening. It was an aggressive, penetrating cold that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. Our campfire, which should have been a roaring beacon of warmth, seemed to shrink in on itself. We huddled closer, but the flames gave off no heat, their light a sickly, flickering yellow that barely pushed back the encroaching shadows. Then the woods went dead silent. The symphony of crickets and frogs that had been the soundtrack to our previous night was gone. The silence was absolute, a heavy blanket that smothered all sound. It was the most unnatural thing I have ever experienced. And then the whispering started. It began as a faint murmur on the edge of hearing, like wind rustling through distant leaves, except the air was unnervingly still. It was easy to dismiss at first. We glanced at each other, frowning, but said nothing. But it didn't stop. It grew steadily, relentlessly, rising in volume and pitch. It wasn't one voice, but dozens, a chorus of sibilant, angry whispers coming from the impenetrable darkness that surrounded our camp. They weren't speaking English or any language I could recognize. It was a dry, rasping cacophony, and though I couldn't understand the words, the raw malice in their tone was universal. It was the sound of pure, undiluted hatred. "You guys hear that?" Ben asked, his voice a tight, strained thing. Josh had stopped talking. His face was pale in the firelight, his usual cocky grin gone, replaced by a mask of disbelief and dawning fear. It's the wind," he said, but his voice lacked any conviction. Suddenly, a rock flew out of the darkness and smashed against the metal trunk of Josh's pickup with a loud sealange. We all jumped. Before we could even react, another rock soared through the air and struck the lantern we had hanging from a branch. There was a shatter of glass, and our main source of light was extinguished. We were plunged into near total darkness, with only the weak, heatless glow of our dying fire for light. Panic, cold and electric, began to set in. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't our imagination. Then the trees at the very edge of our campsite, massive oaks and pines that had stood for centuries, began to shake. Not just a few branches, but the entire trees, shaking violently from root to crown as if in the grip of a hurricane. But the air around us remained deathly still. From the deepest shadows between two of these convulsing trees, a shape detached itself. It was darker than the darkness around it, a void in the night. It was vaguely humanoid, but its proportions were all wrong. It was taller than any man, and its limbs were too long, too thin, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. It had no discernible face, just a swirling, chaotic vortex of deeper blackness where a head should be. It was the thing from the binding, the thing we had set free, and it was starting to walk towards us. For a heartbeat that stretched into an eternity, we were statues carved from ice. The part of my brain that was supposed to process, to think, simply shut down. All that was left was a raw, animal terror that screamed one word wrong. This thing was not of our world. It did not belong here. Its very presence felt like a violation of natural law, and every cell in my body recoiled from it. It was Ben who broke the spell. He let out a choked gasp and scrambled backwards, his boots kicking up dirt and embers from the fire. That was all it took. The spell shattered, and we were no longer three friends around a campfire. We were prey. In a blind, unthinking panic, we did the most foolish and instinctive thing we could. We scrambled for our tents, as if a thin sheet of nylon and a cheap zipper could offer any meaningful protection. It was the modern equivalent of a child pulling a blanket over their head to hide from the monster in the closet. I fumbled with the zipper on my tent, my fingers numb and clumsy. The rasp of it closing sounded deafeningly loud in the silent night. I huddled in the absolute blackness, curled into a tight ball, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break them. The world shrank to the thin walls of my tent and the terrifying sounds from outside. The thing circled our camp. Its footsteps were heavy, deliberate, crushing twigs and dry leaves with a slow, methodical rhythm. It wasn't hunting, it was savoring. It stopped at what I presumed was Ben's tent first. I heard a low sniffing sound, a wet, rattling breath drawn in right against the fabric. A wave of nausea rolled over me. Then, silence before the heavy footsteps moved on. My turn came next. The footsteps stopped just outside my tent. I held my breath, my muscles locked so tight I was shaking. The formless face of the creature, that swirling vortex of nothingness, pressed against the side of the tent wall, just inches from my head. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. A psychic pressure, a wave of pure, soul-crushing terror that was more horrifying than any physical threat. It was an ancient, bottomless well of hatred and rage, a fury at its long imprisonment, and it was directed entirely at us. I felt a profound cold seep into me, a chill that had nothing to do with the night air, and everything to do with the absolute absence of life and light that was the creature's essence. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying to a god I hadn't thought about in years. Then the footsteps moved on. They stopped at Josh's tent, and Josh started screaming. It wasn't a yell of surprise or a shout of defiance. It was a high-pitched, piercing shriek of pure, unadulterated terror. It was a sound no human being should ever make, the sound of a mind breaking. The shriek was cut off as abruptly as if a switch had been flipped. It was replaced by a sound that will haunt me until the day I die, the sound of his tent being ripped apart, a violent RRR of reinforced fabric giving way like tissue paper. That was followed by a sickening, wet, tearing noise and a choked gurgle. Ben and I didn't wait to be next. We didn't coordinate. We didn't even think. Survival instinct took over. I burst out of my tent at the same moment Ben burst out of his. We caught a fleeting glimpse of each other's wide, terrified eyes in the dying firelight. And then we ran. We ran blindly, wildly, away from the sounds of slaughter, away from our campsite, plunging into the black, unforgiving woods. The whispers returned, no longer just at the edge of the camp, but all around us, a storm of malice. And woven through them was a new sound, a horrible, mocking laughter. It was a dry, crackling sound that seemed to echo from every tree, a sound of pure, joyous cruelty. We ran with no sense of direction, fueled only by adrenaline and terror. Branches whipped at our faces, thorns tore at our clothes and skin, and roots seemed to grab at our ankles, but we didn't slow down. To stop was to die. We stumbled out onto an asphalt road at the first hint of dawn when the sky was a bruised, grayish purple. We were a wreck, scratched, bruised, clothes torn, hysterical. A trucker, his face a mixture of pity and alarm, pulled over and called the police. We told them everything. Every unbelievable, insane detail. They found our destroyed campsite. They found my tent and Ben's, both intact. They found Josh's tent, or what was left of it. It was ripped to shreds and soaked in a quantity of blood that made it clear no one could have survived whatever happened there. They found his pocket knife lying in the dirt nearby. They never found Josh. Not a body, not a bone, not a single piece of him. He was just gone. We were just stupid kids playing a game. We thought we were invincible, that the world was our playground, and its rules didn't apply to us. But we stumbled into a place where the magic is real, where the prisons are made of thread, and where the monsters are patient. We opened a cage that should have remained locked forever, and my friend, my loud, reckless, full of life friend, paid the price for our foolishness. Ben never really recovered. He's a ghost now, haunted by what he heard and what he knows is out there. And me, I get to live with the memory. I get to live with the knowledge that Nana Rose was right. And I get to live with the fear that someday the thing we set free might get bored of the woods and come looking for the other two who opened its cage. My name is Arthur Penhaligon, and for a time, my entire world was contained within the heart of a stone. I was a geology student at UNC Chapel Hill in the final, feverish months of my senior year. While my peers were content with seismographs and computer modeling, my passion was for the tangible, the ancient, the things you could hold in your hand and feel the weight of deep time. I was a student of lithology, the story of the earth told through its rocks. To me, a simple piece of granite wasn't just a rock. It was a crystallized memory of planetary fire, a narrative of pressure and heat spanning ons. The Appalachian Mountains were my cathedral. Unlike the sharp, arrogant peaks of the Rockies, the Appalachians are old, worn down by time into a gentle, rolling majesty. They are humble, yet they hold secrets of 1 billion years. Their gneisses and schists speak of continents colliding, of primordial oceans closing, of a history so profound it makes human existence seem like a fleeting spark. For my senior thesis, I planned a multi-day solo expedition into a remote section of the Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. My goal was to collect unique metamorphic samples, to find something that would set my research apart. I was ambitious, I was confident, and in my academic arrogance, I believed the mountains would simply offer their secrets to me. I went off trail on the second day. The official park maps were, in my opinion, for tourists. I had topographical charts, a compass, and a GPS unit. I felt I knew the language of the land well enough to navigate it. The air grew thicker, the woods more dense. The canopy of ancient oaks and hemlocks was so complete that it cast the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The sounds of other hikers of civilization had long since faded, replaced by the whisper of wind through leaves and the scuttling of unseen creatures. It was a profound and humbling isolation, exactly what I had been seeking. It was in this deep, unmapped wilderness that I found it. It wasn't a sudden discovery. I almost missed it entirely. My foot caught on an exposed root, and I stumbled, catching myself against the trunk of a moss-covered poplar. As I regained my balance, I realized I hadn't tripped over a root alone. My boot had scraped away a layer of moss and soil from a gentle, almost imperceptible rise in the terrain. It was a low earthen dome, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, so perfectly integrated into the landscape that it seemed a natural feature. But it wasn't. The curvature was too perfect, too deliberate. Ancient trees, their roots thick as pythons, grew from its surface, testaments to the centuries it had lain undisturbed. This was no hill, it was a mound. My mind, trained in scientific observation, began to catalog the details. Man-made, clearly, but it felt far older than any of the historical Cherokee sites I had studied. It had an aura of deeper antiquity, resonating with the whispered legends of the so-called Moon-Eyed People, a mysterious, pre-Cherokee race of pale, skinned people who, the stories claimed, could only see at night and were driven from the region. It was a place that felt forgotten by history itself. There were no markers, no signs of excavation, no indication that another human had recognized it for what it was in generations. It was a burial mound, a sacred sleeping place. Awe and reverence washed over me, but they were swiftly followed by a more insidious emotion, intellectual greed. I spent the next hour circling it, my notebook filling with sketches and observations. I documented the types of trees, the composition of the soil, the precise orientation. I was a scientist, I told myself, a dispassionate observer. But a part of me, a deeper, more primal part, felt like a trespasser, a voyeur. As the sun began to dip below the ridgeline, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees, I knew I had to make camp. It was as I packed away my notebook that a glint of white caught my eye. It was near the very apex of the mound, nestled amongst the gnarled roots of the largest oak. A stone was poking through the dark earth. I knelt, my heart beginning to beat a little faster. With my geologist's pick, I carefully scraped away the soil. It was a piece of quartz, but unlike any I had ever encountered in my studies or seen in any museum. The body of the stone was a milky, opaque white, like polished bone. But running through it, like a complex circulatory system, were intricate veins of a startlingly deep, vibrant red. It wasn't surface staining. The color was part of the mineral itself, a captured essence of blood or wine. It was breathtakingly beautiful, an impossible fusion of purity and violence. Every instinct I possessed, every folk tale I'd ever dismissed, every ounce of respect for the dead that I claimed to have, screamed at me to leave it be. It was a clear and ringing alarm bell in the back of my mind. This does not belong to you. This is a part of this place. But the geologist in me was louder. What was its composition? How did those hematite inclusions form in such a pattern? This was the unique specimen I was looking for. This stone was my thesis. It was more than that. It was a treasure. Against all rational thought, I leveraged the pointed end of my rock hammer into the earth beside it. The ground was soft and loamy, and with a sickening, sucking sound, the stone came free. It was cool and smooth in my hand, heavier than it looked. For a moment, as I held it, I thought I saw the red veins pulse with a faint, internal light, a rhythmic throb like a distant heart. I dismissed it as a trick of the fading light. With trembling fingers, I wrapped the stone in a spare cloth and slipped it deep into the main compartment of my pack. A unique specimen, a souvenir. The first night after taking the stone, the nightmares began. I set up my tent a few hundred yards from the mound, wanting to put some distance between myself and the desecration I knew I had committed. I fell into an exhausted sleep quickly, but it was not restful. I dreamt I was in the earth. I was not buried, but part of the soil itself. I felt the immense, suffocating weight of the world above me, the crushing pressure in my chest. The cloying, sweet smell of damp soil and decay filled my senses, and I could feel the blind, wriggling passage of earthworms through the dirt that was my body. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. My lungs, which were not my lungs, tried to draw breath, but filled only with mud and the taste of rot. I woke with a violent gasp, tangled in my sleeping bag, my tent feeling as tight and claustrophobic as a coffin. My face was wet with tears and sweat. It took a full minute for my heart to stop hammering against my ribs. It was just a nightmare, I told myself. A stress dream brought on by exertion and an overactive imagination. But as I lay there in the oppressive darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't been dreaming alone. Sleep did not return to me that night. I lay rigid in the absolute blackness of my tent, every nerve alight. The normal, comforting sounds of the forest, the hoot of a distant owl, the rustle of leaves, were now imbued with a sinister quality. Each snap of a twig sounded like a deliberate footstep. The whisper of the wind through the pines sounded like a sibilant, angry murmur. A voice speaking a language I couldn't understand, but whose hateful intent was perfectly clear. I told myself it was auditory pareidolia, my brain trying to find patterns in random noise, a common phenomenon in environments of sensory deprivation. I recited the scientific explanation like a mantra, a shield against the encroaching fear. But the feeling of being watched, of a hostile intelligence just beyond the thin nylon walls of my tent, was so potent it was almost a physical pressure. When the first gray light of dawn finally filtered through the trees, it felt like a pardon. I scrambled out of my tent, my body aching with tension. The woods looked normal, serene even, with mist clinging to the hollows between the ancient trees. The nightmare, the whispers, the fear. It all seemed like a phantom of the night. My rational mind reasserted itself. I was a scientist. I dealt in facts and observable phenomena. I was alone, exhausted, and my mind was playing tricks on me. Shaking my head, I forced myself through my morning routine, forcing down a dry granola bar, packing up my camp with brisk, efficient movements. I deliberately did not look back toward the mound. The stone, however, was a constant, nagging presence. My pack felt unnaturally heavy, the weight centered on the spot where the red, veined quartz was nestled. It felt like a lead weight, a tumorous growth on my back. I started my hike back toward the direction of the main trail, a journey I estimated would take 2 full days. My compass, usually a reliable instrument, was the first thing to betray me. I'd walk for 10 minutes, check my bearing, and find the needle swinging lazily, sometimes spinning in a full circle before settling on a new, completely different heading. I checked my GPS, but the screen flickered, unable to acquire a satellite lock under the dense canopy. Solar flares, I muttered to myself, offering another flimsy scientific excuse. Geomagnetic interference from iron deposits. I knew it was a lie. The feeling of being followed started within the first hour. It was subtle at first. The crunch of leaves just out of sync with my own footsteps. The snap of a branch in the woods to my left just after I had passed. Every time I spun around, there was nothing. Just the silent, watchful trees. The forest itself seemed to be conspiring against me. The game trails I followed would inexplicably peter out into impenetrable thickets of rhododendron. Familiar-looking ridges would lead me into box canyons. It was as if the landscape was actively trying to disorient me, to turn me around, to keep me lost in its depths. The whispers returned in the afternoon, closer this time. They were no longer at the edge of hearing, but just over my shoulder, a constant, venomous stream of hisses and guttural clicks. It was a haint, as the old mountain folk I dismissed as superstitious would say, an angry, restless spirit. My scientific rationalizations were now a pathetic whisper against the roaring wind of my terror. The spirit of the mound, the one whose grave I had robbed, wasn't just in the woods. It was attached to the stone, and the stone was attached to me. By midday, a new torment began, cold spots. One moment I'd be sweating from the exertion of the hike, and the next I'd walk into a pocket of air so frigid it, felt like stepping into a walk in freezer. The temperature drop was instantaneous and unnatural, raising goosebumps on my arms and making my breath plume in front of my face. These pockets of cold were never large, just a few feet across, and they were always empty. They would vanish as quickly as they appeared, leaving me standing in the humid mountain air, shivering and disoriented. With each occurrence, the malevolent pressure intensified. I was being herded, toyed with. That night, as dusk settled, the haunting escalated from psychological to physical. I managed to build a small, pitiful fire, its flickering light pushing back the oppressive darkness by only a few feet. The woods beyond the firelight were a wall of impenetrable black. I was huddled by the flames, trying to heat a can of beans, when a rock the size of my fist shot out of the darkness and slammed into the tree trunk beside my head, missing me by inches. It struck with a thwack that made me cry out and fall backward. My heart hammered in my chest. That was no accident. It was a deliberate act of violence. I stared into the blackness, my eyes wide with terror, but saw nothing. The whispers grew louder, coalescing into a furious, guttural chanting that seemed to come from all directions at once. Then came another sound, a crashing and tearing from the spot where I had left my pack. I scrambled over and found my remaining food supplies scattered across the ground, trampled into the dirt. My water bottle had been opened, its precious contents poured out onto the thirsty leaves. It didn't just want to scare me anymore. It wanted to hurt me. It wanted me to starve, to grow weak, to die out here in the woods it called home. It was then that the horrible, absolute certainty crashed down upon me. I wasn't having nightmares. I wasn't going crazy. I was being hunted. And I finally understood, with a clarity that cut through my fear, what I had to do. I had to take the stone back. The morning after the attack was unnervingly still. I abandoned my useless tent and scattered gear without a second thought. My planned route, my thesis, my life as a geology student, all of it was meaningless. There was only one direction, one purpose left back to the mound. With no food and, more critically, no water, I knew this was no longer a hike. It was a race against my own body's decline, a desperate pilgrimage to an unholy site. I turned my back on the faint direction of civilization and began to retrace my steps into the deep woods, my every sense screaming that I was walking toward my own doom. The spirit knew I was returning its prize, and it was furious. The subtle torments of the previous day were gone, replaced by overt physical assaults. As I navigated a narrow ledge with a steep drop to a rocky creek bed below, a sudden, violent shove from behind sent me sprawling. I landed hard, my hands and knees scraping raw against the rock, my chest just inches from the edge. I whipped around, gasping, but there was nothing there. Only the empty air and the lingering feeling of a cold, hard palm against my back. The whispers were no longer just whispers. They had become taunts, a constant stream of venom in my mind, not just my ears. You're weak. You're going to die here. Your bones will bleach in the sun. The true horror began when it started to show me things. As I staggered through a grove of skeletal, lightning-blasted trees, the world would dissolve at the edges. I would see myself, or a version of myself, lying at the base of a tree, my skin waxy and pale, my eyes wide and staring blankly at the canopy above. I saw my own body in advanced states of decay, covered in moss and insects, slowly becoming part of the forest floor I had so arrogantly studied. These visions were fleeting, lasting only a few seconds, but they were devastatingly real, leaving me nauseated and trembling, my sanity fraying like a worn rope. It was a battle of will, a siege against my mind, and I was losing ground with every step. Night fell on that first day of my return journey, and with it came a new level of terror. I didn't dare try to build a fire. I simply collapsed at the base of a large boulder, pulling my jacket tight around me. Sleep was an impossibility. The moment I closed my eyes, the guttural chanting would begin, seeming to emanate from the very ground beneath me. Then the shaking started. My whole body was rocked by violent tremors that were not my own shivering. It felt as if a giant, unseen hand had gripped the earth beneath me and was trying to shake me loose. More than once, I was thrown from my resting place onto the hard ground. The spirit was relentless, a tireless torturer that did not need to rest. It was feeding on my fear, growing stronger as I grew weaker. By the second day, I was stumbling, a ghost of myself. My throat was a desert, my lips were cracked and bleeding. Dehydration was setting in, bringing with it a dizzying headache and spots that danced in my vision, indistinguishable from the phantoms the spirit was throwing at me. Every fallen log seemed an insurmountable obstacle, every incline a mountain. The weight of the pack with the cursed stone inside was an agony, pulling me down toward the earth it so desperately wanted to reclaim. I was on the verge of a complete mental and physical breakdown, running on nothing but the primal instinct for survival and the singular, desperate hope that returning the stone would end my torment. At dusk, through a haze of pain and exhaustion, I saw it. The clearing, the ancient, moss-covered trees, and in its center, the low earthen dome of the burial mound. I collapsed to my knees, sobbing with a mixture of terror and relief. I had made it. I crawled the last 20 feet, my body screaming in protest. With trembling, clumsy hands, I tore open my pack and pulled out the red vein quartz. In the dim twilight, it seemed to glow from within. It felt unnaturally warm to the touch, and I could have sworn I felt it pulsing in my palm, a faint rhythmic throb, a sickening parody of a heartbeat. I'm sorry. I sobbed, my voice a hoarse, broken croak. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I'm bringing it back. I found the small hole at the base of the oak tree from which I had prized it. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold the stone steady. I pushed it back into the damp earth. The moment the stone was back in its rightful resting place, the change was absolute and instantaneous. The oppressive, malevolent atmosphere that had suffocated me for days vanished. The constant pressure in my mind, the feeling of being watched, the hateful whispers, all of it ceased. The woods were suddenly, profoundly silent, but it was not the menacing silence of before. It was a clean, peaceful, natural silence. The presence was gone. The guardian of the mound was at rest once more. I didn't linger. I scrambled to my feet and fled. I ran without direction, fueled by a final surge of adrenaline, crashing through the undergrowth, away from that sacred, violated place. By some miracle, I stumbled upon a small stream where I drank until I was sick, and then drank more. I found a marked trail before dawn and followed it numbly until I reached a road. A passing motorist, seeing my battered and wild-eyed state, took pity on me and drove me back to civilization. I left that forest and never returned. The official story is that I suffered a severe case of dehydration and exposure that led to hallucinations. My professors were sympathetic. But I knew the truth. I dropped my geology major the next week, switching to library sciences, a profession safely surrounded by concrete and steel. I can't look at a rock now, not even a simple piece of gravel, without feeling a cold sliver of dread, a memory of the crushing weight of the earth. I violated a sacred place, a place of power that the old mountain folk knew to respect and fear. I learned that some things are buried for a reason, and that the guardians of those places do not forgive trespassers lightly. I was lucky to escape with my life, but a part of me, I know, was left behind in that dark wood, buried forever with the blood-red stone. My name is Alex, and there are some mistakes you can walk away from. A missed exit on the highway, a bad investment, even a failed relationship. They leave scars, maybe, but you heal, you move on, you become a slightly different version of yourself. But the mistake my best friend Jordan and I made in the fall of 2022, deep in the sprawling wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains, wasn't like that. It was the kind of mistake that doesn't just leave a scar, it burrows inside you, a parasite of memory that feeds on your peace of mind until there's nothing left. It's the kind of mistake that makes you afraid of the dark again, makes you flinch at the sound of a falling leaf, and makes you understand that the world is so much older and stranger than we pretend it is. Jordan and I had been hiking together since college. It was our escape, our ritual. We weren't extreme mountaineers, just two guys from the suburbs who found a unique, kind of clarity in the burn of our muscles in the thin, clean air of high altitudes. We tackled trails in Colorado and Utah, but the Appalachian Trail held a certain mystique. It was ancient, storied, and felt woven into the very fabric of the country. That October, we chose a remote, rugged section in Pennsylvania, a place infamous among thru hikers for its unforgiving, rocky terrain, aptly nicknamed Rocksylvania. For the first 3 days, it was everything we'd hoped for. The air was crisp, carrying the sweet, earthy scent of decay and the sharp perfume of pine. The trees were a riot of color, a final, defiant blaze of orange, red and yellow against the deep green of the hemlocks and the stark blue sky. We felt strong, alive, completely disconnected from the noise of our everyday lives. The rhythm of the trail took over walk, eat, sleep, repeat. The silence of the woods was a balm, a heavy, comforting blanket. We didn't know then that silence can also be a predator, waiting patiently for its moment. The mistake happened on day 4. We were using a physical map and a compass, a self-imposed rule to keep us from staring at screens. We must have misread a contour line or mistaken a game trail for a switchback. By midday, the familiar white blazes of the AT had vanished. Instead of backtracking, a decision I will regret for the rest of my life, Jordan pointed down what looked like a disused logging road. "It looks like it runs parallel to the main trail," he said, his voice confident. "It'll probably reconnect in a mile or 2. Might even be a shortcut." I had my doubts. The road was barely a road anymore. It was more like a suggestion, a faint scar on the landscape being slowly reclaimed by nature. Saplings grew in its center, and the ground was soft and spongy with decades of fallen leaves. But I trusted Jordan's sense of direction, which had always been better than mine. We turned off the path we knew and stepped onto the one that didn't want to be found. The atmosphere changed almost immediately. The canopy of the trees grew thicker, swallowing the sunlight and casting the path in a perpetual twilight. The air became still and heavy, and the cheerful chatter of birds and insects died away, leaving a profound, listening quiet. We walked for what felt like an hour, the only sound the soft crunch of our boots on the leafy ground. The road didn't reconnect. It only seemed to lead us deeper into the oppressive silence. "I don't like this. Man," I said, my voice sounding small and intrusive. "We should turn back." Jordan was about to argue when he stopped dead, his arm shooting out to halt me. "Whoa, look." He was pointing into a dense grove of hemlocks about 50 yards off the path. At first, I didn't see it. The woods have a way of playing tricks on your eyes, but then a shape resolved itself from the chaos of shadows and branches. It was a patch of unnatural color, a muted forest green that was just too uniform to be organic. It was a tent. We looked at each other, a shared unease passing between us. You don't just stumble upon a campsite this far from a marked trail. This was a place you came to hide, or a place you got lost in. "Hello," Jordan called out, his voice strong but laced with caution. "Anyone here?" Hiker calling out. The silence that answered was absolute. It felt heavy, absorbent, swallowing his words without a trace. Against every screaming instinct in my body, we pushed our way through the underbrush toward the tent. It was a high-end MSR model, a serious piece of gear for a serious backpacker. But it had a look of profound neglect. The fabric designed to repel water was covered in a thin, greasy film of grime. A thick blanket of pine needles and fallen leaves had gathered on its roof and around its base, suggesting it had been there for weeks, maybe longer. The most unsettling detail was that it was zipped up tight, a single dark line against the green fabric. It looked like a self-contained tomb. We stood there for a long moment, the silent tent radiating a palpable sense of wrongness. Hikers don't just abandon $1,000 worth of gear unless something catastrophic happened. My mind raced through the possibilities: a medical emergency, a bear attack, a fall. "I'm opening it," Jordan said, his jaw set. "If someone's hurt, or worse, we have to know." I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. I braced myself for the smell of death, for the horrific sight of a body. Jordan reached out, his fingers hesitating for a second before closing around the cold metal of the zipper pull. He pulled it down. The sound was obscenely loud in the dead quiet, like a tear in the fabric of the world. He peered inside, and then, after a moment, let out a slow breath. It's empty. I moved next to him and looked. He was right. The interior was pristine but vacant. A high-performance sleeping bag was laid out, unzipped but otherwise undisturbed. Next to it sat a large, professional-looking backpack, leaning against the side of the tent as if its owner had just set it down. There was no sign of a struggle. No ripped fabric, no scattered gear, no blood. It was just empty. It was somehow more terrifying than finding a body. It was a scene of a vanishing, a place where a person had simply ceased to be. The scene instantly reminded me of the stories I'd read about hikers who vanish without a trace, like the infamous case of Mostly Harmless, the man found dead in his tent in Florida, a complete mystery for years. A cold knot of dread tightened in my stomach. This felt like one of those stories, and we had just walked right into the middle of it. The air inside the tent was stale and cool, holding a faint, synthetic smell of nylon and down. Jordan and I crouched in the opening, the silence of the surrounding woods pressing in on us, making the small, empty space feel both sacred and violated. My mind was a frantic mess of logical explanations, trying to fight off a primal, rising tide of fear. Maybe the hiker had a family emergency and got a ride out, forgetting his gear in the rush. Maybe he'd fallen and was injured somewhere nearby, waiting for help. But none of it felt right. The neatness of the tent, the careful placement of the pack. It was a scene of placid normality that had been abruptly, inexplicably interrupted. We should check the pack. I whispered, the sound unnaturally loud. There has to be an ID, a wallet, something. Jordan nodded, his movements slow and deliberate as he crawled inside. I followed, the fine hairs on my neck standing on end. Being inside the tent felt like trespassing on a grave. Every rustle of our clothing, every soft bump against the floor, felt like a desecration. Jordan reached for the backpack. It was a heavy-duty Osprey, the kind through hikers' use, with bulging side pockets and straps cinched tight. He unclipped the main flap and began to carefully unpack the contents onto the sleeping bag. It was a window into a stranger's life. A well-used cooking pot and a small fuel canister, a tightly rolled bundle of clothes in a compression sack, a first aid kit, a water filter, a worn copy of a Jack Kerouac novel. It was all standard, predictable gear. Tucked into a side pocket, Jordan found a small, leather-bound journal. He opened it to the first page. Written in neat, block letters was the name, Kevin Penenji Tan, and a phone number. Flipping through the pages, we saw entries detailing his journey. They started with buoyant optimism.
Day 1 on the AT.
So stoked for this adventure. The woods are calling and I must go! He wrote about the beauty of the sunrises, the friendly faces he met at shelters, the simple joy of pushing his body to its limits. He was full of life and excitement. But as we got closer to the last entry, the tone began to shift. The descriptions of the landscape became less frequent, replaced by a growing unease. Day 24 made it through Rocksylvania. Brutal, but the views are worth it. Feeling good, feeling strong. Day 2080, weird night. Kept hearing noises just outside the tent. Twigs snapping, sounded like footsteps, probably just deer, but it's hard to shake the feeling that I'm being watched. The silence out here feels different now. It's listening. Day 30 who died didn't sleep at all last night. The sounds were back. It's not an animal. Animals move with purpose. This was random. A footstep here, a snap there. Like something was just standing out there, waiting. I'm starting to feel jumpy. Every shadow looks like a figure. The final entry was a single panic scrawl. It's real. I saw it, getting out. Now, my blood ran cold. Jordan stared at the page, his face pale. What did he see? As if in answer to his question, his hand, still rummaging in the main compartment of the pack, brushed against something hard and rectangular. He pulled it out. It was a smartphone. We should turn this into the Rangers. I said immediately, my voice tight. We have his name, his stuff. We report it and we get out of here. Let's see if it has a charge, Jordan suggested, his curiosity overriding his fear. It felt like a massive invasion of privacy, a line we shouldn't cross, but the journal had left us with a terrifying, incomplete puzzle. We had to know what happened to this guy. He pressed the power button, and to our surprise, the screen flickered to life, displaying a 22% battery level. It wasn't password protected. The background was a selfie of a smiling young man with a thick red beard, standing proudly at a trailhead marker. It was Kevin. His eyes were bright with the promise of adventure. Jordan navigated to the photo gallery. It was filled with pictures of stunning vistas, selfies with other hikers, and short video clips. One folder stood out, labeled simply, AT Hike. We looked at each other, the same unspoken question hanging in the air. This was it. The answer was right here in our hands. With a sense of grim inevitability, Jordan tapped the folder. It contained a series of videos, numbered sequentially. We huddled together, the phone screen a tiny island of light in the dim tent, and pressed play on the first one. It was Kevin, the same beaming man from the wallpaper. He was filming himself, his face flushed with excitement.
Day 1 on the 8.
So stoked for this adventure. The woods are calling, and I must go. We skipped ahead, watching him evolve. We saw him tired but happy by a campfire, celebrating a milestone. Made it through the Rock Sylvania section. Man, that was brutal. But the views are worth it. Feeling good, feeling strong. His joy was infectious, and for a moment, we were just two hikers watching another's journey. Then we got a video 12. The change was jarring. The confident, happy go. The lucky hiker was gone. Kevin was filming inside his tent at night, whispering, his face illuminated by the phone's glow. His eyes darted nervously towards the tent walls. Okay, this is weird, he whispered, his voice trembling slightly. I keep hearing things at night. Twig-snapping footsteps. I know, it's probably just deer or a bear, but it feels different. It feels intentional. It feels like I'm being watched. We skipped to video 15. The man on the screen was almost unrecognizable. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, set in a face gaunt with fear and exhaustion. He hadn't shaved in days, and his red beard was matted and unkempt. It's not an animal, he said, his voice a choked, frantic whisper. I saw it last night, just for a second at the edge of my camp. It was in the trees. He took a ragged breath, trying to control himself. It's tall, so tall and thin, it doesn't look right. And it moves God, it moves through the trees like it's made of smoke. Like it's not real. I'm packing up. I'm getting out of here. I'm done. A profound dread settled over us. We were watching a man's descent into madness, or worse, his documentation of a real, unseen threat. There was one video left. Video 16. The final entry. My heart hammered against my ribs. Jordan's thumb hovered over the play button. We knew we shouldn't watch it. We knew that whatever was on that final recording was the period at the end of Kevin's story. But we couldn't stop. We had to see the end of the story. Jordan pressed play. The screen remained black as Jordan pressed play on video 16. There was no image, only sound. At first, all we could hear was a faint, rustling noise, the sound of fabric against a microphone. Then, a breath. It was a ragged, hitching gasp, the sound a terrified animal makes when it knows the predator is near. It was Kevin. He was crying, not loudly, but with small, choked-off sobs that were infinitely more horrifying. The sound was intimate, close, as if we were huddled in the darkness right there with him. Oh, God. He whimpered, his voice thin and reedy. Oh, God, it's outside. It's outside my tent. A pause, filled only by another shuddering breath. I can hear it. It's right there. Jordan and I sat frozen, our own breathing suspended. The phone in his hand felt like a live grenade. We were listening to the last moments of a man's life, a raw, unfiltered feed of his final terror. The silence that followed his whisper was the most terrifying part. It stretched on for an eternity, a void of pure, listening dread. We could hear Kevin's faint, whimpering breaths, the frantic thumping of his heart against his ribs, or maybe that was our own. In that agonizing quiet, our minds painted a picture more horrific than any image could convey. A man alone in a flimsy nylon shell, besieged by an unknowable entity in the vast, indifferent wilderness. Then a new sound began, and the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood up so fast it was painful. It was a slow, deliberate scraping sound. Z, zip. It was the sound of the tent's zipper. But it wasn't the frantic, panic sound of someone trying to get out. It was slow, methodical, inquisitive, and it wasn't coming from the inside. We knew with a sudden, gut-wrenching certainty that the sound was being recorded from inside the tent, but the zipper was being pulled down from the outside. The video ended with a single, blood-curdling scream. It wasn't a movie scream. It was a raw, gargling shriek of utter, soul-shattering terror, a sound that a human being should never make. It was cut short by a sickening, wet crunch, followed by the clatter of the phone hitting the tent floor. Then, silence. Jordan dropped the phone as if it had burned him. It fell onto the sleeping bag with a soft thud. Neither of us moved. Neither of us spoke. We were paralyzed, entombed in that small green tent, the ghost of Kevin's final scream echoing in the cavern of our skulls. The cheerful sunlight we'd seen earlier seemed like a distant memory from another lifetime. The woods outside were no longer a place of beauty and solitude. They were a hunting ground. The oppressive silence we'd felt earlier returned, but now it was different. It wasn't empty. It was watchful. It was the silence of a predator that has just fed and is waiting patiently for its next meal. We had just watched a snuff film made by the victim. We had just heard the thing that killed him. And then, from the woods just behind the tent, not 20 feet from where we crouched, a twig snapped. It was a small sound, but in the profound silence, it was as loud as a gunshot. It was the exact sound Kevin had described in his journal. We didn't think. We didn't plan, we just reacted. Primal, unthinking terror took over, a jolt of pure adrenaline that bypassed every rational thought in our heads. We scrambled out of the tent, stumbling over each other in our haste. We didn't grab the phone, the journal, or any of Kevin's gear. We didn't even grab our own packs, which we had dropped just outside the hemlock grove. All we knew was that we had to get away from that place. We crashed through the underbrush and onto the logging road, our hearts exploding in our chests. We ran. We sprinted back the way we had come, fueled by a fear so profound it was almost liquid. I didn't dare look back. I didn't want to see a tall, thin figure moving like smoke between the trees. I just fixed my eyes on the path ahead, pumping my legs, my lungs burning, every gasp for air a painful sob. The quiet woods were now filled with 1,000 phantom sounds. Footsteps behind us, whispers on the wind, the feeling of being watched by ancient, malevolent eyes. When we finally burst back onto the main Appalachian trail, we didn't stop. We ran until the white blazes felt like a lifeline, pulling us back to sanity, back to a world where monsters weren't real. We didn't stop until we reached a road crossing hours later, collapsing in a heap of sweat, dirt, and terror, much to the alarm of a family pulling over in their minivan. We told the park rangers everything. We gave them the coordinates of the logging road, described the tent, the backpack, the name in the journal. We left out the part about the phone and the videos. How could we explain it? They would think we were crazy or on drugs, or worse, somehow involved. The rangers organized a search party. For 3 days they combed the area. They found the logging road. They found the grove of hemlocks. They found the tent just as we had left it. They found the backpack, the sleeping bag, the journal. They even found the smartphone, its battery now dead. But they never found Kevin Pennington. There was no body, no blood, no sign of a struggle. Just an abandoned campsite, another ghost in the long, sad history of people who have vanished without a trace in our national parks. Jordan and I were the only ones who knew the truth. We were the only ones who had seen the footage, the only ones who had heard that final, awful scream. The story of Kevin's death is still out there, locked away on that dead phone in an evidence locker somewhere. And the thing that killed him, it's still out there, too. Waiting in the deep, silent parts of the woods, listening for the next hiker to take a wrong turn. My name is Liam Asher. To be precise, Dr. Liam Asher, a title I once wore with a comfortable academic pride. I was, or perhaps it's more accurate to say I thought I was, a man firmly grounded in the empirical world. As a professor of astrophysics at a modest university, my life was a symphony of numbers, data, and cosmic certainties. The universe, to me, was a vast, elegant clockwork mechanism. Its gears turned according to predictable, beautiful laws, from the quantum foam to the grand waltz of galaxies. I loved the night sky with a devotion that bordered on the spiritual, but it was a spirituality rooted in physics, not folklore. My gods were gravity, thermodynamics, and the immutable speed of light. That's why the Brown Mountain lights were such an irritating, fascinating splinter in my mind. For years, they existed at the periphery of my professional life, a curious footnote in atmospheric phenomena discussions, a ghost story told by colleagues to spook undergraduates. For over a century, these anomalous lights had been reported, glowing orbs rising over the ridge in the Pisgah National Forest. They were a local legend that refused to die, a stubborn pocket of mystery in an age of scientific enlightenment. I devoured every piece of literature on the subject. The 1922 U.S. Geological Survey study was the cornerstone of mainstream skepticism, suggesting the lights were merely the refracted headlamps of cars and locomotives, or perhaps distant brush fires. More contemporary theories, slightly more imaginative, but still safely within the realm of the known, pointed to ball lightning, a rare and poorly understood plasma phenomenon, or the spontaneous combustion of marsh gases. These explanations were neat, tidy boxes, and I was convinced the truth lay within one of them. The tales from the Cherokee people of spectral torches carried by the spirits of grieving women searching for their fallen warriors, I dismissed with a patronizing sigh. It was beautiful, poignant folklore, nothing more. A pre-scientific attempt to explain the mundane. My trip to Brown Mountain wasn't a vacation, it was an expedition. It was a personal crusade to drag this local legend kicking and screaming into the sterile light of day. I intended to solve the mystery, to pin it to a corkboard like a butterfly, label its parts, and write a definitive paper that would be cited for years to come. The thought filled me with a quiet, intellectual thrill. The drive into the Appalachian Mountains was a gradual shedding of the modern world. Paved highways gave way to winding two-lane roads, and finally, to the gravel track that led to the Weisman's View overlook. The air grew cooler, cleaner, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. By the time I killed the engine of my Subaru, the silence was a physical presence. It was the deep, resonant silence of old mountains, a quiet that swallowed the hum of the engine and the frantic static of my city life. I selected my vantage point with a surveyor's precision, a rocky outcrop that offered a panoramic, unobstructed view of Brown Mountain and the Linville Gorge that plunged dramatically below. Setting up camp was a meticulous, familiar ritual. I pitched my one-man tent, arranged my supplies, and then, with the reverence a priest affords his sacred relics, I began to assemble my equipment. My Meade LXX200 telescope, a powerful instrument that had shown me the rings of Saturn and the swirling clouds of Jupiter, was my primary eye. Alongside it, I set up a high-sensitivity fly thermal camera capable of detecting the faintest heat signatures. A digital SLR with a long exposure lens completed my arsenal. I was armed with data, with optics, with science itself. As dusk bled into a deep, star-dusted twilight, I felt a profound sense of peace. This was my element. The crisp air, the clear, unpolluted sky, the absolute solitude. This was the cathedral where I worshipped. I made a cup of instant coffee on my small stove, the steam pluming into the cold, and I waited. Around 10 p.m., just as the last vestiges of ambient light surrendered to total darkness, they appeared. It began with a single soft-hued orb of amber that materialized above the distant ridge. It didn't flicker or flare into existence. It simply was, as if a hole had been gently burned into the fabric of the night. It hovered for a long, silent moment, a perfect sphere of light. Then, as I watched, transfixed, a second orb faded into view beside it, this one a pale, ethereal blue. My heart quickened, but not with fear. It was the thrill of discovery. I swung the telescope into position, my eye pressed to the lens. They were magnificent. Not points of light, but definite three-dimensional spheres. They drifted in a slow, silent waltz, weaving around each other in a pattern that seemed both random and deliberate. Through the lens, I could confirm they were unattached to any physical structure. They were free, floating, self-contained sources of energy. I switched to the thermal camera. The orbs glowed with a consistent, low, level heat, distinct from the cold background of the mountain. This ruled out reflections or simple refracted light. It had to be a form of energy. Ball lightning. I wrote in my logbook, my handwriting crisp and confident in the red glow of my headlamp. Multiple instances, possibly triggered by specific atmospheric pressure and piezoelectric properties of the quartz formations in the mountain. Colors indicate varied gaseous composition. A smug satisfaction settled over me, as warm and comforting as my coffee. The mountain had yielded its secret with surprising ease. I had come, I had seen, and I had conquered. For hours, I watched them dance, their silent, beautiful performance playing out against the infinite backdrop of the cosmos. They were nothing more than a beautiful, natural anomaly. The mystery, as far as I was concerned, was solved. I went to sleep that night with the untroubled slumber of a man who believes he understands the world around him completely. It was the last peaceful night's sleep I would ever have. The second night, my satisfaction began to curdle into a profound and deeply unsettling unease. I awoke feeling vindicated, the intellectual equivalent of a conquering hero. I spent the day collating my notes, reviewing the thermal camera footage, and drafting the opening paragraphs of the paper that would once and for all categorize and explain the Brown Mountain lights. The world felt orderly, knowable. As evening fell, I rebuilt my campfire, not for warmth, but for ambience. I was relaxed, waiting for an encore of the previous night's benign spectacle. The lights appeared on schedule just after 10 p.m. The familiar amber and blue orbs materialized, drifting in their silent, beautiful dance. For an hour, I watched them, confirming my data, occasionally jotting down a note about their trajectory or luminescence. A faint sense of boredom even began to creep in. The mystery was solved after all. The show was lovely, but it was a predictable one. It was during a moment of idle restlessness that the foundations of my scientific certainty began to crack. I picked up my high-powered tactical flashlight, a beast of a thing that could throw a beam clear across the gorge. I wasn't looking for anything in particular, perhaps a raccoon in the tree line, or just testing the flashlight's range against the immense darkness. I swept the brilliant white beam from left to right across the face of the distant mountain. That's when it happened. One of the orbs, a new one, a piercingly bright white that had just joined the others, detached from the formation. With impossible speed and precision, it mirrored my movement exactly. I held the flashlight beam steady on the far left of the ridge. The orb stopped, hovering perfectly at the end of its own arc. I jerked the beam to the right. The orb shot across the sky, a silent comet, and stopped precisely where my beam did. My blood ran cold. The pleasant chill of the mountain air was replaced by a frigid spike of adrenaline that started in my gut and spread to my fingertips. Coincidence. The word screamed in my rational mind. It had to be a coincidence. A trick of the eye, perhaps a strange atmospheric lensing effect caused by my own powerful light source interacting with the plasma. I lowered the flashlight, my hand trembling slightly. The white orb remained motionless for a moment before slowly rejoining the gentle waltz of its companions. My heart was hammering. The silence of the gorge suddenly felt different. It was no longer peaceful, it was expectant. I had to be sure. I had to disprove what I thought I saw. I raised the flashlight again, my knuckles white as I gripped its metal body. I pointed at the center of the mountain. The white orb, as if on command, detached itself once more and moved to the center, waiting. My breath hitched in my throat. This time, I didn't sweep the beam. I drew a small circle with it in the air. Across the vast, dark expanse, the orb of light drew a matching circle in the sky. This was not marsh gas. This was not ball lightning. This was not the reflection of a train passing miles away. An icy dread, pure and undiluted, washed over me, extinguishing the last embers of my smug satisfaction. I was being watched. More than that, I was being engaged. My scientific mind scrambled for an explanation, any explanation that didn't involve conscious intelligence. I was exhausted. My brain, starved of proper sleep and fueled by caffeine, was misinterpreting stimuli. I was projecting agency onto a random natural event. But the precision of the mimicry, the one-to-one correspondence of its movement to mine, defied all logic. With a sense of performing some forbidden ritual, I decided on a final, definitive test. I held the flashlight steady and flashed the beam 3 times, short, sharp bursts of light. Click, click, click. The darkness across the gorge held for a beat. Then the white orb pulsed back. Glow, glow, glow. 3 perfect, deliberate pulses of light, mimicking my signal in a silent, terrifying reply. I dropped the flashlight as if it were burning hot. It clattered onto the rock, its beam pointing uselessly at my own feet. I stumbled back, my hands raised defensively. The entire framework of my understanding of the universe shuddered. The clockwork was broken. There was a ghost in the machine. The Cherokee legend I had so arrogantly dismissed slammed back into my mind with the force of a physical blow. The torches of grieving women. Spirits. An intelligence. A consciousness. I had looked upon these lights as a specimen, an object of study. But what if the specimen was me? What if I was the one under the microscope? The other lights continued their serene, hypnotic dance, oblivious to the terrifying conversation their white companion had just had with me. But their beauty was now tainted with malice. They were no longer a celestial ballad, they were the watchful eyes of something ancient and unknowable. The smug professor was gone, replaced by a small, terrified man alone in a vast, predatory wilderness. The third night, I knew with a chilling certainty, would be different. I was no longer an observer, I was a participant, and I was afraid. The third night was the last night I ever spent in those mountains. It was the night my soul was irrevocably fractured. I didn't even bother with the telescope or the camera. Science was a dead language, its comforting axioms meaningless in the face of what I had experienced. My expensive equipment lay dormant in its cases, a useless collection of glass and metal. I sat by my meager fire, which felt less like a source of warmth and more like a fragile shield against a gathering, intelligent darkness. My hands, wrapped around a steaming cup of coffee, trembled uncontrollably. My eyes were glued to the ridge, no longer with scientific curiosity, but with the raw, primal fear of prey. For hours, there was nothing. The darkness was absolute, a heavy, suffocating blanket that pressed in from all sides. The familiar sounds of the wilderness, the chirp of crickets, the rustle of unseen creatures, were absent. The silence was complete, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in anticipation. The waiting was a unique form of torture. My mind, overwrought and sleep-deprived, became a playground for horrific possibilities. I was a specimen under a microscope, a rat in a maze, and the scientists, the keepers, were about to begin their experiment. Then they came, not with the gentle, dancing grace of the previous nights. A single blood-red orb ignited in the center of the ridge. It did not waver or drift. It was a fixed, malevolent eye. A moment later, another appeared beside it, then another and another until a perfect, unwavering line of them stretched across the entire length of Brown Mountain. There were dozens of them, a silent, disciplined army of light, displaying all the colors of a venomous poison dart frog, ruby red, sickly yellow, and electric venomous green, and a deep, cold violet. They weren't dancing, they were watching. Their collective gaze felt like a physical weight, a pressure on my chest that made each breath a conscious effort. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I felt utterly exposed, pinned in place by their silent, panoramic stare. The smug professor who had arrived 3 days prior was a distant memory, a ghost of a man I no longer recognized. In his place was a terrified creature, stripped of intellect and arrogance, reduced to the base instinct of survival. Then the unthinkable happened. The moment that shattered the last vestiges of my sanity. As one with a synchronicity that defied any natural explanation, the lights began to descend. They didn't fall or tumble. They floated, moving with a silent, deliberate purpose down the steep mountainside. They maintained their perfect formation as they moved, a silent, orderly procession heading directly into the gorge. Directly for my position. Panic, pure and undiluted, seized me. It was a chemical explosion in my brain, obliterating all rational thought. This wasn't a natural phenomenon. This wasn't a trick of the mind. This was a hunt. And I was the quarry. I scrambled backwards, spilling hot coffee over my lap, the pain a distant, insignificant sensation. My hands, slick with sweat, fumbled as I threw my gear haphazardly into my pack. My journal, my thermal camera, my data. None of it mattered. The lights were getting closer, their combined glow beginning to illuminate the trees on the opposite side of the gorge, casting long, dancing shadows that read like living things. They moved without a sound, a procession of spectral, silent eyes closing in. I clawed at my tent zippers, my breath catching in my throat, my lungs burning. I had to get out. I had to get to my car. I burst out of the tent and ran. And that's when I saw it. I froze, my escape route cut off. The lights had reached the clearing. They had crossed the gorge in impossible silence and now hovered in a perfect circle around my campsite, blocking my path to the trail. The clearing was bathed in an ethereal, multicolored glow, a nightmarish parody of a festival. The air grew intensely cold, and the only sound in the entire world was my own ragged, panicked breathing. And in the brilliant, silent glare of the lights, I saw a shape moving. It was just at the edge of the illumination, standing where my campfire had been moments before. It was a tall, spindly silhouette, impossibly thin and elongated. Its limbs seemed to move with a disjointed, unnatural fluidity. It wasn't human. It wasn't an animal. It was something utterly alien, a thing of sticks and shadows that seemed to bend and distort the very light that revealed it. The orbs pulsed in unison, and as they did, the creature's form seemed to shimmer and shift as if it were made of the same strange energy. Was it a pilot, a projection? Or was it something the lights had brought with them? A passenger from whatever abyss they called home? I didn't wait to find out. A scream I couldn't hear tore from my throat. I turned and ran blindly into the dark woods, away from the trail, away from the light. I left everything, my expensive camera, my telescope, my research, my tent, my car keys. I ran with the terror of a creature fleeing a forest fire, stumbling over roots, crashing through undergrowth, falling to my knees, only to scramble up again, sobbing for air. I didn't dare look back, but the memory of that silent, spindly thing in its silent, watching escort was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Eventually, my legs gave out and I collapsed onto the cold, hard pavement of the Kistler Memorial Highway. I was found at dawn by a trucker, a babbling, incoherent mess, covered in scratches and mud. I never went back. The police recovered my car, but my campsite and all my equipment were gone. Not scattered or ransacked. Vanished. There were no tracks, no signs of a struggle. Nothing. I sold my house. I resigned from my position at the university. I can't look at the night sky anymore. The vast, beautiful clockwork I once adored now seems like a dark, silent ocean, and I have seen the things that swim in its depths. Because sometimes, when I close my eyes, in the moments between waking and sleeping, I still see those lights. And I know with a certainty that chills me to my very soul that they are not just looking, they are searching. My name is Ethan Carter. For the past 6 months, my world had been shrinking, collapsing inward until it was composed of nothing but the 4 walls of my house and the suffocating silence left behind by my wife, Sarah. Grief is not a simple sadness, it is a physical presence. It was the phantom weight on the other side of the bed, the hollow echo in a house that was once filled with her laughter, the bitter taste of a meal cooked and eaten in solitude. The silence was the most malevolent part. It was a constant, ringing reminder of her absence, an auditory void that I tried to fill with television, music, anything. But the quiet always bled through, chilling me to the bone. I had to get out. I needed a pain I could understand. A physical challenge, so all-consuming that it would leave no room for the ghosts in my head. That's how I found myself in Virginia, standing at a trailhead with a 40-pound pack on my back, staring into the dense, ancient maw of the George Washington and Jefferson National Forests. The plan was simple. If a little mad, I would hike a section of the Appalachian Trail. I would walk until my muscles screamed, until my lungs burned, until the only thing I could think about was the next step, the next incline, the next source of water. I would let the sheer, indifferent scale of the mountains grind down my sorrow until it was nothing but dust. For the first week, the plan worked with an almost miraculous efficiency. I was a machine of forward momentum. I woke with the dawn, the morning mist cool on my face, and I walked until the sun began to dip below the western ridges, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet that felt both beautiful and mocking. My world shrank again, but this time it was a welcome reduction. It became the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the dirt path, the steady clack of my trekking poles, the burn in my calves on a steep ascent, and the glorious, lung-searing gasp of air at the summit. The forests were majestic, a sprawling cathedral of poplar, oak, and pine. The mountains didn't care about my pain. They had stood for millennia and would stand for millennia more. My personal tragedy was less than a falling leaf in their vast, unrecorded history. I found a strange comfort in that indifference. It was a relief from the pitying looks and hushed condolences of the world I'd left behind. At night, I wouldn't just sleep. I would collapse into my tent, my body so thoroughly spent that my mind had no energy to dream. I was blessedly, completely, numbly exhausted. It was on the 8th day that the character of my journey changed. The trail had become more demanding, a series of grueling switchbacks that climbed relentlessly up the side of the mountain. The forest pressed in close, canopy so thick it created a perpetual twilight on the path, broken by shifting dapples of sunlight. I was focused on my breathing, on planting my feet, when I first heard it. Ethan. The sound was so faint, so ethereal, I was certain it was the wind sighing through the tall pines, or perhaps the distant gurgle of a hidden stream. But it wasn't the sound that made me stop dead, my heart hammering against my ribs with a sudden, violent force. It was the voice itself. It was her voice, my Sarah's. I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head, trying to dislodge the sound like water from an ear. Auditory hallucination, my logical mind supplied instantly. A well-documented phenomenon. You're under immense physical and emotional stress. You're dehydrated. You're grieving. It was a neat clinical explanation. I clung to it like a life raft. I unclipped my water bottle and took a long, steady drink, the cool liquid a shock to my system. I forced myself to move, to restart the rhythm of my pulse, to push the memory of that single, whispered word from my mind. It was a phantom, a cruel trick of a grieving brain. But it came again that afternoon. I was navigating a particularly dense thicket of rhododendron that bordered the trail, their waxy green leaves creating a tunnel-like effect. This time, the voice was clearer, closer. It seemed to drift directly from the shadows between the leaves, a soft, intimate call. "Ethan, I'm over here." The warmth in that tone, the gentle cadence that I had once taken for granted, was so painfully, perfectly Sarah. And with it, another memory surfaced, unbidden. It was from the weeks of frantic, obsessive research I'd done before the trip, scrolling through hiker forums and online communities. Amidst the practical advice about bear bags and boot maintenance, there were other threads, ones that delved into the stranger side of these mountains. They spoke of old superstitions, of folklore passed down through generations of people who lived and died in the shadow of these peaks. One rule, one piece of mountain wisdom, was repeated more than any other. If you hear your name called in the woods, know you didn't. It was a cardinal rule, a stark warning born from centuries of people wandering off the path and vanishing into the vast, untamed wilderness. Stay on the trail. Keep your eyes forward. Do not follow the voices. I tried to obey. My God, I tried. I picked up my pace, my poles striking the rocks with a frantic, desperate energy. I told myself it was a bird, a mockingbird or a starling, perfectly mimicking a sound it had heard before. I told myself I was losing my mind, that the solitude was finally cracking me open. but the voice, it was so real. It was the sound of home, the sound of love, the sound of everything I had lost and would give anything to have back. That night, sleep was impossible. The exhaustion that had been my shield was gone, replaced by a raw, nervous energy. I built a small fire, but its cheerful crackling and flickering light did little to push back the oppressive, inky blackness that crowded the edges of my campsite. I felt watched. The familiar, comforting sounds of the forest at night, the chirping of crickets, the hoot of a distant owl, were absent. There was only a profound, unnerving silence, and then the voice cut through it. It was no longer a whisper from a distance. It was here. It was close. It felt as though it was standing just beyond the ring of firelight, right at the edge of the clearing. "Ethan, please. I'm lost. Help me." The sound broke me. A sob tore from my chest, raw and ragged. Tears I didn't know I had left to cry streamed down my face, hissing as they hit the hot stones of the fire ring. I knew it was impossible. In the logical part of my brain, the part that was still feebly fighting, I knew that Sarah was gone, that this couldn't be her. But the vast, lonely, desperate part of me, the part that would crawl through hell to hear her voice just one more time, was winning the war. The superstitions, the warnings, the chilling folklore, they all felt like distant, irrelevant echoes compared to the siren call of my wife, lost and alone in the darkness. When dawn broke, it was not with the gentle, promising light of the previous days, but with a sullen, gray luminescence that seemed to sap the color from the world. Sleep had not come, only a fitful, feverish state of half consciousness where the lines between reality and nightmare had blurred into nothing. The fire was a pile of cold, black ash. My carefully laid out plans for the day's hike, the map with its neat line tracing the Appalachian Trail, felt like artifacts from a different person's life. The logical hiker, the man seeking solace in physical exertion, had died sometime during the night. The man who remained was a raw nerve of grief, a husband who heard his wife calling for him in the woods. I didn't bother packing up my camp properly. I stuffed my sleeping bag into my pack with trembling hands, leaving my small cooking pot and a few other supplies scattered on the ground as if making a hurried offering to the forest. The voice had not come again since its last desperate plea, but I didn't need it to. Its direction was seared into my mind. It had come from the west, directly away from the well-trodden path marked by its reassuring white blazes. To leave the trail was the ultimate sin for a hiker, a conscious step into a world of unknown variables and potential disaster. But the trail no longer felt like a path to safety. It felt like a road leading away from her. Just a little farther, my love. The thought was so clear in my head that it might as well have been spoken aloud. It was in her tone, with her unique blend of encouragement and gentle command. It propelled me forward. I took a deep breath, shouldered my pack, and took my first step off the trail, plunging into the untracked wilderness. The change was immediate and profound. The forest floor, which had been relatively clear on the path, was now a tangled mess of roots, fallen logs, and thick undergrowth. Every step was a calculation. I was bushwhacking within minutes, using my hands to push aside thorny vines and low, hanging branches that clawed at my clothes and scratched at my exposed skin. The air grew still and heavy, losing the fresh, clean scent of pine and damp earth. It was replaced by a cloying, stagnant smell, like old, decaying leaves and stagnant water. The most unnerving change was the sound, or rather, the lack of it. The constant, vibrant symphony of the woods, the chattering of squirrels, the chorus of birdsong, the hum of insects, the rustle of unseen animals in the brush, died away completely. It was as if I had stepped through an invisible curtain into a place where life did not belong. The only sounds were the ones I made: the rasp of my own breathing, the snap of a twig under my boot, the rip of fabric as my sleeve caught on a briar. The silence that pressed in around me was of a different quality than the silence in my house. That was a silence of absence. This was a silence of presence. It was watchful, ancient, and deeply, deeply wrong. The voice guided me on a phantom breadcrumb trail of whispers that seemed to coil around the trees just ahead of me. It was clever, It never sounded like it was coming from too far away, always just out of sight, just through the next thicket or over the next rise. It was a constant, tantalizing promise. Almost there, Ethan. I can see you. My instincts, the ones honed over years of casual hiking and the intense focus of the last week, were screaming. Every fiber of my being knew I was in danger. The terrain was growing more treacherous, sloping steeply downwards into a dark, uninviting hollow. The sun, which had been a weak, watery presence, was now completely obscured by the interlocking branches of the trees overhead, casting the world in a permanent, gloomy twilight. I slipped on a patch of moss-covered rock, my ankle twisting painfully. I cried out, a sharp yelp of pain, but the sound was swallowed by the suffocating quiet. There was no echo. I should have turned back. The rational part of me, small and terrified as it was, knew this was the point of no return. I was getting hopelessly lost, wandering into a part of the forest that likely hadn't seen a human footprint in years. But then the voice would come again, soft and pleading, and the thought of turning my back on it, of leaving Sarah alone and lost out here, was more terrifying than any physical danger. My grief had become a compass, and it was pointing me toward my own destruction. Hours passed. I had no idea how many. My water was running low, and a dull, throbbing headache had started behind my eyes. My legs were trembling with fatigue, my body covered in a lattice of cuts and scrapes. I was a wreck, a man being dismantled piece by the wilderness. The forest itself seemed to be actively working against me. Thorny branches seemed to rearrange themselves to block my path, and the ground seemed to grow more unstable with every step. I felt a growing sense of being herded, of being funneled toward a specific destination, not of my own choosing. I was pushing through a particularly dense wall of mountain laurel, the leaves and branches scraping against my face when I felt the change in the air. A coolness, a dampness. I could hear a faint sound up ahead, the sound of moving water. Hope, sudden and desperate, surged through me. A stream, water, maybe even a landmark I could use to orient myself. With renewed energy, I forced my way through the last of the tangled branches and stumbled out into the open. And my hope died. I was standing on the edge of a precipice. It wasn't a cliff. It was a wound in the earth. A narrow, impossibly deep gorge that split the mountainside, its bottom lost in a profound and permanent shadow. The walls were sheer, slick-looking rock, weeping with moisture that glistened darkly even in the gloom. The sound of water I had heard wasn't a gentle stream, but the distant, menacing roar of a powerful current far below, a sound that spoke of crushing force and inescapable depths. There was no way to go forward. No way to cross to the other side, which was just more of the same dense, silent forest. There was certainly no way down that wouldn't be a final, fatal plunge. I stood there, panting, my body screaming with 100 different kinds of pain, my mind a blank slate of confusion. This was the destination. This was where the voice had led me. But it was empty. Sarah. My voice was a croak, a dry, pathetic sound that was immediately swallowed by the vastness of the place. Sarah. Where are you? I stared across the chasm, my eyes desperately searching for any sign of movement, for a flash of color, for anything at all. The forest on the other side remained still, dark, and impassive. A wave of cold, hard reality washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. It was a trick. It had all been a trick. The hope that had propelled me forward, that had made me ignore every warning and every instinct, finally evaporated, leaving behind a hollow, bitter dread. There was no one here. And then the voice answered, but it did not come from across the gorge. It came from directly behind me, right here. The words were spoken in a soft, conversational whisper, so close I felt a cold spot form on the back of my neck, as if the breath that carried them had physically touched my skin. Time seemed to stutter and slow down. I spun around, my heart seizing in my chest, my body braced for an impact, for a sight my mind couldn't possibly conjure. There was nothing there, just the silent, suffocating woods I had just fought my way through. The same tangled undergrowth, the same sentinel, like trees, the same oppressive twilight. But the emptiness was gone. The space was now occupied. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it with a certainty that transcended sight. It was a cold, ancient presence, a weight in the air that pressed down on me, making it hard to breathe. It felt vast, patient, and utterly devoid of anything I would recognize as emotion. It was the presence that had been watching me, the silence that had followed me. I hadn't been walking through a dead forest. I had been walking through its lair. I had been lured here, step by painful step, with a perfect, cruel imitation of my deepest desire. I had broken the rule. I had listened. I had followed. My retreat was gone. The path I had carved through the wilderness was no longer a path at all, but the jaws of the trap I had willingly walked into. I was caught between the uncrossable chasm at my back and the unseen thing that had hunted me, that stood before me now in the suffocating stillness. A tremor started in my hands and quickly spread through my entire body. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of the impossible, but all it found was the start. Simple terror of a prey animal that has just realized the predator has it cornered. The voice whispered one last time, and in that final utterance, all pretense of being my wife was stripped away. The warmth, the love, the gentle familiarity, it was all gone, burned away to reveal the true nature of the thing that spoke. The sound that reached my ears was dry, ancient, and sexless. It was like the sound of dead leaves skittering across gravestones, of brittle bones cracking, of dust and decay given voice. Your home. A despair deeper than any I had ever known settled over me, a final, crushing weight. I am writing this now on the last of my phone's battery, my back pressed against a cold, damp rock at the very edge of this ravine. I don't dare turn around. I don't want to see if something has finally taken shape in the shadows. The sun is setting, and the gray light is failing fast. The long, deep shadows of the forest are stretching out, merging, bleeding into one another until all is darkness. The thing in the woods is waiting. It is patient. It has all the time in the world. I don't know what it is, but I know what it feeds on. It tasted my grief from miles away and spun a web from the threads of my love. It used the best part of me to lead me to the worst possible end. It used my own heart to trap me. And I know, with a chilling, absolute certainty, that I am never, ever leaving this place. My name is Samuel Harrison, and for the better part of 2 decades, my life has been defined by patience. Not the kind of patience you need to wait in line at the post office, but a deep, meditative stillness that can last for days. I'm a wildlife photographer specializing in ornithology. My work has been featured in National Geographic and the Audubon Society Journal, and it has taken me to the cloud forests of Costa Rica, the frozen archipelagos of Svalbard, and the vast, unforgiving interior of the Australian outback. I've crouched in mosquito-infested swamps for a single shot of a spoon, billed sandpiper, and endured sub-zero gales to capture the mating dance of the emperor penguin. I say this not to boast, but to establish a simple fact. I am a man of science, of observation, and of reason. I deal in the tangible world, in the precise angle of a wing and the specific hue of a feather. The world of myth and monsters holds no interest for me. It is the domain of speculation, not evidence. So, when the opportunity arose to document a uniquely dense population of cerulean warblers in West Virginia, I approached it with my usual methodical rigor. The location was the McClintock Wildlife Management Area, a sprawling tract of land near the town of Point Pleasant. To the state, it's a protected zone for hunting, fishing, and conservation. To the locals, however, it has a different, more ominous name, the TNT area. I learned this at a rusted, single pump gas station about 20 miles from the preserve's entrance. An old man with a face like a weathered road map and nicotine stains on his fingers watched me fill up my Jeep. He nodded towards the expensive cases of camera gear strapped down in the back. "Heading into the management area, are ya?" he asked, his voice a gravelly drawl. "That's right," I said with a professional smile, "for a photography project." He took a long, slow drag from his cigarette. "The TNT area," he corrected, smoke leaking from his nostrils. "That's what we call it. Be careful in there. The place has a history. Things are seen in those woods, things that ain't natural. I knew what he was alluding to, of course. You can't be in that part of the country without hearing the stories. The legend of the Muthman, a 7-foot tall, winged humanoid with glowing red eyes, first sighted near the abandoned munitions plant in 1966. It was a fascinating piece of American folklore, a cryptid legend I had long ago categorized in my mind. It was a product of its time, a manifestation of Cold War anxieties blended with, most experts and I agreed, a likely series of misidentified sandhill cranes, or perhaps a large barn owl. The glowing eyes were almost certainly a case of retroreflection from flashlights or headlights. It was a compelling story, but a story nonetheless. I'll keep an eye out for any unusual birds. I replied, deliberately misinterpreting him. He just shook his head slowly, a look of pity in his watery eyes. Ain't birds I'm talking about. I drove away from that gas station with a slight chuckle, the man's warning fading into the background hum of the tires on asphalt. My focus was singular to capture definitive, high-resolution images of the warblers in their nesting habitat. Monsters were a distraction. The TNT area itself was profoundly eerie, I had to admit. It was a landscape scarred by history. During World War II, it was the site of a massive munitions plant, and the evidence was everywhere. Dozens of huge, grass-covered concrete igloos, old bunkers for storing explosives, rose from the earth like ancient burial mounds. The skeletal remains of old watchtowers, choked with ivy, clawed at the sky. Nature was in the process of reclaiming the land, but it was a slow, uneven battle. The air was thick and still, carrying the scent of damp earth, rust, and something else, something faintly chemical that seemed to seep from the soil itself. I established a base camp in a small clearing, well off the main trails. For the next 3 days, I worked with a quiet, joyful intensity. I was in my element. I hiked miles through the dense woods, identifying the most promising locations for my equipment. I set up a dozen state of the art trail cameras, each motion activated with a high-speed shutter and an infrared sensor. I placed them with surgical precision, one camouflaged on a branch overlooking a stagnant, algae-choked pond, another nestled in the crumbling window of a derelict concrete structure, a third strapped to a tree overlooking a game trail that led deep into the darkest part of the woods. My logbook from those first 72 hours is a testament to my focus, detailed notes on the flight patterns of peleated woodpeckers, sketches of a great blue heron, and excited observations about the sheer diversity of songbirds. The forest was simply a forest, and it was giving up its secrets to me. On the morning of the 4th day, I began my first collection round. With a sense of Christmas morning anticipation, I swapped out the memory cards from the first 6 cameras. Back at my tent, I brewed a cup of coffee and slotted the first card into my laptop. The results were predictable and pleasant, a series of crisp images of a white-tailed deer, a portly raccoon investigating the lens with its nose, a ghostly coyote trotting past at dawn. It was the 5th camera, the one I'd placed near one of the largest TNT igloos, that gave me the first jolt of strangeness. I clicked through the files: a fox, a turkey, a beautiful sunrise casting long shadows. And then there were 3 images taken in rapid succession, time-stamped at 20:13 a.m. They were almost completely black, as though a thumb had been pressed firmly over the lens. My first thought was that a large animal, maybe a bear, had nudged the camera, blocking its view. But then I checked the metadata. Each image file, though visually black, contained a notation from the infrared sensor. It had registered a massive, instantaneous spike in ambient temperature, a heat signature that was large, intense, and had no discernible source. There was no body, no animal, just a wave of heat that had flooded the sensor before vanishing. I felt a prickle of unease on my arms. I spent 20 minutes referencing weather data and searching for articles on infrared sensor malfunctions. I concluded it had to be a technical glitch, a short circuit. It was the only logical explanation. I logged it as such and tried to put it out of my mind. But as I packed my gear for the next round, I couldn't shake the feeling that the oppressive silence of the woods had become something more. It no longer felt empty, it felt watchful. Sleep did not come easily on the night of the 4th day. My scientific mind, the very core of my professional identity, was at war with a more primitive, instinctual part of my brain. I replayed the metadata from the blacked out images over and over. A massive heat signature, no source. It was a paradox, a violation of the physical laws that governed my entire world. I eventually drifted into a restless sleep, my dreams filled with formless, shifting shadows and a feeling of intense, suffocating heat. The dawn of day 5 brought a fragile sense of renewed purpose. I dismissed my unease as a product of isolation and an overactive imagination. I was a scientist, and I would approach this anomaly as such. I would gather more data. My first priority was to return to the camera that had produced the glitch, the one mounted near the hulking concrete TNT igloo. I needed to see if the malfunction had repeated itself. If it had, I could confidently label it a hardware failure. The woods felt different as I hiked. The cheerful chorus of morning birdsong seemed muted, and the oppressive silence I'd noted before had deepened, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I shook my head, annoyed at my own rising paranoia. It was just a forest. I reached the igloo, its graffiti covered entrance gaping like a silent mouth. My camera was exactly as I had left it, undisturbed. I carefully swapped the memory card, my fingers feeling clumsy and slow. Instead of waiting to return to camp, I pulled out my portable card reader and plugged it directly into my phone, my heart hammering against my ribs with an illogical mix of dread and anticipation. I swiped through the first dozen images: more deer, a fat groundhog, a crow landing on the igloo's curved roof. All perfectly normal. Then, an image appeared that made the breath catch in my throat. It was captured in the gray, pre-dawn light. The photo was a chaotic mess of motion blur, distorted and streaked, as if the subject had rocketed past the lens at an impossible speed. But through the blur, a shape was discernible. It was tall, unnervingly so, and slender. It was vaguely humanoid, but the proportions were nightmarishly wrong, limbs too long, a torso too thin. The color was a sickly, pale gray, and from its back, 2 vast appendages were unfurling, caught in the motion of a powerful downstroke. I stared at the image, my mind scrambling for a rational explanation. "It's a great blue heron," I whispered to the empty woods, the words sounding hollow and unconvincing. Taking flight at a strange angle, too close to the lens. The slow shutter speed created the distortion. I repeated it to myself, a mantra against the rising tide of fear. A heron, that's all it was. A big, gray bird. But I didn't believe it. I photographed thousands of herons, and I knew their anatomy as well as I knew my own. No heron had proportions like that. No bird I had ever seen moved with such explosive, disorienting speed. A jolt of pure adrenaline shot through me. No longer the thrill of discovery, but the cold, sharp shock of real fear. The gas station attendant's words echoed in my mind. Things are seen in those woods, things that ain't natural. I packed the camera away, my hands shaking. The scientific detachment I had cultivated over 20 years was crumbling, being replaced by the primal terror of a prey animal that has just scented its predator. The rest of the day was a bust. I couldn't focus. I abandoned my attempts to find the warblers. My entire being was consumed by the image on my phone. Every shadow seemed to twist into that elongated, gray form. Every rustle of leaves sounded like something large and unnatural dragging itself through the undergrowth. The world of logic and reason was receding, and in its place was a growing, terrifying certainty. That certainty drove me, on the morning of day 6, to do something I now profoundly regret. I decided to retrieve the memory card from my deepest, most remote camera. It was a 2-hour hike to a part of the preserve marked on old maps as the North Sector, a place where the trees grew older and thicker, and the abandoned structures of the munitions plant were almost entirely swallowed by the wilderness. I'd hidden the camera high in the gnarled branches of a colossal, ancient oak tree overlooking a small, secluded clearing. I told myself I was simply completing my data collection. In reality, I think a morbid, self-destructive part of me needed to know. I needed the final piece of the puzzle, even if I suspected it would destroy the world I knew. The hike back to my camp with that memory card in my pocket was the longest 2 hours of my life. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague suspicion. It was a physical weight on my shoulders. I reached my tent, the late afternoon sun casting long, ominous shadows through the trees. My hands trembled so badly I could barely slot the card into my laptop. I clicked open the folder. The first images were, as always, mundane. A squirrel, its cheeks puffed with nuts. A doe and her fawn, their ears twitching. Another squirrel. I clicked to the next file. My breath didn't just catch, it stopped. A wave of vertigo and nausea washed over me so intensely that I had to grip the sides of my camp stool to keep from falling. The photograph was perfectly, horrifyingly, impossibly clear. Perched on a thick branch directly opposite my hidden camera, not 30 feet away, was the creature from the legends. It was there. It was real. My mind, which had been so desperately clinging to rational explanations, had nothing left to grab onto. The fall was bottomless. It was immense, easily 7 feet tall even in its perched state. Its body was humanoid but emaciated, covered in a material that wasn't feathers or fur, but something in between. A dark, matted, almost leathery substance that looked greasy and ancient. Its wings, folded tightly against its back, were colossal. Even folded, I could tell their span would be well over 10 feet. They weren't bird wings, they were more like a bat's, but thicker, more muscular and ending in wicked-looking claws. But the head was what shattered me. It was small in proportion to its body, and its features were indistinct, save for two enormous, round, and unmistakably luminous red eyes. They weren't reflecting the camera's infrared flash. They were burning with their own internal, malevolent light, like the smoldering embers of a fire from hell, and they were staring directly into the lens of my camera. The most terrifying part wasn't just that it was real. It was the chilling intelligence in that gaze. It knew the camera was there. It wasn't an accidental capture of a shy, reclusive animal. This creature had found my camera in the vast wilderness, understood what it was, and had deliberately, contemptuously, posed for a portrait. I slammed the laptop shut with a violent crack, as if closing the screen could somehow erase the image burned onto my retinas. My heart was a wild, panicked drum against my ribs. I scrambled backwards, away from the laptop, stumbling over my own feet and landing hard on the damp earth. The photograph wasn't just evidence of a cryptid. It was a message. The direct, intelligent stare, the deliberate pose. It was a declaration: I see you. I know you're here. And now you know I am too. The world of Samuel Harrison, wildlife photographer and man of science, had ceased to exist. In its place was a suffocating new reality governed by a single, primal truth. I was no longer the observer. I was the observed. I was no longer the hunter. I was the prey. Every piece of high-tech equipment I had so carefully deployed across this forest had served not as a tool for discovery, but as a beacon announcing my presence to the ancient horror that claimed these woods as its domain. I had been arrogant, a fool treading on sacred, monstrous ground, and I had just received my eviction notice. A wave of pure animal panic seized me. My camp, which hours before had been a sanctuary of order and scientific pursuit, now felt like a cage, a baited trap. The setting sun, which I had so often photographed in its gentle beauty, now seemed sinister, plunging the woods into a darkness that was no longer empty. The very air grew thick and heavy, charged with a palpable sense of malice. My meticulously organized gear, the lenses worth thousands of dollars, the notebooks filled with irreplaceable data, the state of the art camping stove, was all meaningless junk. Survival was the only thing that mattered. As dusk bled into true night, an unearthly stillness fell over the forest. The usual nocturnal chorus of insects and frogs was absent. The silence was absolute, profound, and more terrifying than any sound. It was the silence of a world holding its breath, waiting. I didn't dare turn on my headlamp. I crouched with my back pressed hard against the rough bark of a large oak tree at the edge of my clearing, my largest telephoto lens, a heavy 400mm beast, clutched in my hands. It was useless as a weapon, I knew, but its familiar weight was a pathetic comfort in the crushing darkness. My eyes strained, scanning the impenetrable wall of blackness that surrounded my small camp, trying to pierce the shadows. Every nerve in my body was screaming. Hours passed. Midnight came and went. The moon, a cold silver disk, rose above the treetops, bathing the clearing in a ghostly skeletal light. And then I heard it. It started as a low vibration that I felt more in my bones than heard with my ears, a deep thrumming that seemed to emanate from the sky itself. The thrumming grew into a sound unlike anything a living creature should make, a high-pitched, metallic screech that tore through the night. It was a sound of pure agony and rage, a cross between a woman's terrified scream and the shriek of industrial machinery grinding itself to pieces. It came from directly overhead. With a tremor of ultimate dread, I forced my head back and looked up. There, silhouetted against the stark white face of the moon, was a shape that would haunt my waking moments and my nightmares for the rest of my life. A winged form, impossibly large, circled my camp in slow, deliberate passes. The moonlight glinted off its leathery hide, and then it turned its head and I saw them. Two burning crimson embers, 2 points of self, generating light, looked down at me from the heavens. It wasn't searching for me. It knew exactly where I was. It was toying with me, a cat circling a terrified mouse, before the final pounce. The screech came again, louder this time, a sound that vibrated in my teeth and promised a violent, terrible end. That was what broke me. There was no thought, no planning, only the raw, desperate instinct to live. I didn't pack my logbook. I didn't grab my wallet. I didn't even think about the laptop, which still held the only clear photograph of the Mothman taken in over 50 years. I just ran. I launched myself out of the clearing and into the blackness of the trees, crashing through the undergrowth with a reckless abandon born of pure terror. Behind me, I heard the sound of its wings beating the air. A series of powerful, concussive whooshes like heavy canvas tarps flapping in a hurricane. The screeching followed me, sometimes seeming to come from just behind my shoulder, sometimes from high above, echoing through the dead woods. Branches whipped at my face, tearing my skin. Thorns ripped at my clothes. I fell scrambled up and kept running, my lungs burning, sobbing with a fear so profound it was a physical agony. The chase felt like an eternity. The forest was a maze of black trees and grasping shadows, and all I could do was run toward where I vaguely remembered the highway to be. I could hear it behind me, its immense wings shearing through the air, never getting closer, but never falling behind. It wasn't trying to catch me. It was hurting me, driving me from its territory like an unwanted pest. I don't know how long I ran, but suddenly the trees thinned and I burst out of the woods and onto the hard, unforgiving asphalt of the highway. I fell to my knees, gasping for air, a gibbering, hysterical wreck. The screeching stopped. The terrifying sound of its wings was gone. I was alone under the sterile orange glow of a single streetlight. The memory card with that photo is still on my laptop. The laptop is still in the tent. The tent is still in that small clearing deep within the TNT area, a place I will never return to. Let the forest keep its secrets. Let the myths remain myths. Some things are not meant to be found. Some truths are not meant to be known. And some creatures should never, ever be photographed. I traded the greatest discovery of my career for my life, and I can tell you with absolute certainty, I got the better end of the deal. My name is Noah, and for a small, dedicated corner of the internet, I'm known as Nomad Noah. My channel wasn't a behemoth of slick production and sponsorship deals. It was something more intimate, more grounded. It was born from a simple passion, documenting solo section hikes on the great trails of North America. I offered practical advice on gear, shared tips on navigating tough terrain, and most importantly, I tried to capture the quiet, soul-stirring beauty of the wilderness. My followers weren't just subscribers, they were a community. They were fellow wanderers, armchair adventurers, and people who, like me, found a sense of peace in the unfiltered honesty of the wild. For my latest series, I had set my sights on a particularly storied stretch of the Appalachian Trail cutting through the rugged mountains of Southern Virginia. near the small town of Petersburg. The landscape was breathtaking, a rolling sea of ancient, forested peaks that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. But these woods also held a dark history, a chilling footnote that most hikers knew, but preferred to keep at a distance. This was the area where, in 1981, two social workers, Susan Ramsey and Robert Mountford Jr., were brutally murdered by a local man named Randall Lee Smith. It was a story that had become part of the trail's grim folklore, a cautionary tale whispered around campfires. For me, however, it felt like just that, a story. A tragic but distant event, a ghost of the past that couldn't possibly touch the vibrant, living present of the trail. I acknowledged it in my first video of the series, a somber nod to history, before turning my lens back to the beauty and the challenge that lay ahead. I was there to walk, to film, to connect with nature, not to chase old ghosts. The first 2 days were a blissful immersion into the rhythm of the trail. The world simplified into a series of fundamental tasks: walk, filter water, eat, sleep. My only companions were the rustle of unseen animals in the undergrowth, the steady crunch of my boots on the packed earth, and the hum of my own thoughts. The trail rose and fell beneath my feet, a constant, demanding partner in a silent dance. I filmed segments along the way, a detailed review of my new water filter, a time lapse of the sunset painting the sky in fairy strokes from a rocky overlook, a quiet moment of reflection on the solitude of the journey. This was my element. This was where I felt most myself. On the third day, as the afternoon sun began to slant through the thick canopy, casting long shadows across the path, I saw a figure ahead. He was sitting on a fallen log, his pack resting beside him, seemingly waiting. As I drew closer, I saw he was an older man, perhaps in his mid-50s. His face was a fascinating roadmap of creases and lines, weathered by years of sun and wind, but his eyes were what struck me most. They were a clear, intelligent blue, and they held a friendly light, crinkling at the corners as he saw me approach. He wasn't the typical exhausted, trail-worn hiker. He carried an air of settled calm, as if he were as much a part of the forest as the trees themselves. "Afternoon," he said, his voice a pleasant, low baritone. "Heading south. That's the plan," I replied, slowing my pace and offering a tired but genuine smile. "You heading north?" "Trying to," he chuckled. "These old bones don't move as fast as they used to." The name's Silas. He extended a calloused hand and I shook it. His grip was firm and dry. "No," I said. "Good to meet you." We fell into the easy, immediate camaraderie that is unique to the trail. There are no pretenses in the woods. Your shared experience strips away the usual social armor. We talked about the trail conditions, the last water source, the steep climb we'd both just conquered. Silas was charismatic, a natural storyteller. He spoke with an easy eloquence, turning a simple observation about a bird's song into a fascinating anecdote. There was a magnetic quality to him, a blend of worldly wisdom and down-to-earth charm. Before I knew it, an hour had passed and the light was beginning to fade. "Well," I said, hoisting my pack. I was planning to push on another mile or two to the next shelter. Silas looked up at the darkening sky. "There's a good, flat spot just off the trail here," he suggested. "Well, protected from the wind. I was thinking of making camp. You'd be welcome to share the site. It's always good to have company for a night." Normally, I guarded my solitude. It was the core of my channel's identity, after all. But something about Silas felt different. He was genuinely interesting, and the thought of a good conversation after days of silence was undeniably appealing. "You know what? That sounds like a great idea," I agreed. We found the spot he'd mentioned, a small sheltered clearing. As we went about the familiar rituals of setting up our tents and starting our small camp stoves, the conversation continued to flow. He was evasive about his past, but in a way that felt intriguing rather than suspicious. When I asked what he did for a living, he just smiled that charming smile and said, "A little of this, a little of that. Mostly I'm just a student of the open road now." As our small dinners cooked, I had an idea. This was exactly the kind of content my viewers loved. An authentic trail interaction, a meeting with a fascinating character. I pulled out my Sony A6400, and my mini tripod. You mind if I film a bit of our conversation? I asked. My followers love to meet the people I run into out here. Silas's eyes glinted in the flickering light of his headlamp. He gave a thoughtful nod. I suppose my ugly mug won't break your camera, he said with a laugh. Go ahead, son. I positioned the camera on the tripod, framing us both against the backdrop of the deepening twilight and the soft glow of our stoves. I checked the focus, hit the small red button, and saw the recording light blink to life. So, Silas, I began, my voice shifting into the slightly more energetic, engaging tone I used for my vlogs. What brings you out here to the Appalachian Trail? He leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his weathered face, and looked directly into the lens. His friendly, intelligent eyes seemed to pierce right through it. Same as you, I imagine, Noah, he said softly. The quiet, the challenge. A way to get away from a life that didn't quite work out. That last phrase, a life that didn't quite work out, hung in the cool night air between us. The camera's red light was a silent, unblinking witness. On the surface, it was a sentiment any hiker could relate to. We were all out here escaping something, or searching for something. A job we hated, a relationship that ended, a sense of purpose that felt lost in the noise of the city. His words were a perfect, relatable soundbite for my vlog, but they also carried a deeper, more ambiguous weight that I couldn't quite place. I leaned in, genuinely captivated. I think a lot of us out here know that feeling, I said, trying to build on the connection. Is that what philosophy you were talking about earlier? The philosophy of walking. Silas smiled, a slow, knowing smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Part of it, he said. Walking is a way of shedding skins. You leave a piece of your old self behind with every mile. You become someone new, or maybe... He paused, his gaze drifting towards the impenetrable darkness beyond our small circle of light. You become who you were always meant to be. The conversation meandered for hours, recorded in its entirety on my camera. We talked about gear. He had a fascinating, almost obsessive knowledge of knots and their various applications. He showed me a specific type of bowline he favored, pulling a length of cord from his pack and tying it with deft, practiced movements. You can trust your life to a good knot, he said, his tone oddly serious. We discussed other trails. He claimed to have hiked sections of the Pacific Crest Trail and the Continental Divide Trail, and his stories were filled with vivid, believable details. The biting cold of a Wyoming blizzard, the taste of fresh water from a glacial stream in the Sierras. He was, without a doubt, one of the most interesting people I had ever met. Yet, looking back, the warning signs were all there, like faint tracks in the mud, easily overlooked. He never spoke of family or friends. When I mentioned my own parents, he would just nod and change the subject. He talked about people in the abstract, as if they were pieces on a chessboard. He spoke of the system, with a quiet, simmering resentment, a bitterness that was starkly at odds with his otherwise charming demeanor. At one point, discussing the history of the area, I brought up the 1981 murders. It's a dark piece of this trail's history, I said, mostly to fill the silence. Silas's expression didn't change, but a strange stillness came over him. History has a way of repeating itself, he said, his voice a low murmur. The mountains don't forget, they just wait. The comment was so cryptic, so poetic, that I filed it away as another piece of trail philosophy for the vlog. I didn't see it for what it was, a threat. The night grew colder, and the fire died down to glowing embers. We eventually retreated to our separate tents. I lay in my sleeping bag for a long time, the memory card in my camera holding 2 hours of footage of the enigmatic man sleeping just a few yards away. I felt a sense of journalistic pride. I had captured something special, a portrait of a true American wanderer. The next morning, we broke camp with the efficiency of seasoned hikers. The sun was just beginning to filter through the trees as we shouldered our packs. He was heading north, I was continuing south. We stood on the trail for a moment, the point of our divergence. It was a real pleasure, Silas, I said, extending my hand. He took it, his grip as firm as the day before. The pleasure was all mine. Noah, He clapped me on the shoulder, and his friendly eyes locked onto mine. There was an intensity in his gaze that hadn't been there before. "Stay safe out there," he said, his voice low and conspiratorial. "You never know who you'll meet in these woods." With a final nod, he turned and began walking north, his figure quickly swallowed by the dense foliage. I watched him go, then turned and headed south, the weight of his final words a strange, unsettling echo in the quiet morning air. For the next 2 days, I hiked on, the encounter with Silas becoming a highlight of my trip. I mentally edited the vlog in my head, imagining the comments from my followers. They would love him. His charisma, his mysterious past, his quotable wisdom. It was perfect content. The trail was beautiful, the weather held, and I felt a sense of accomplishment with every mile marker I passed. The unsettling edge of his final words had faded, replaced by the simple, grounding rhythm of the hike. My destination was Damascus, a small town known as Trail Town, USA, where the AT runs right down the main street. It was a popular resupply point, a place to grab a hot meal, do laundry, and for me, upload my footage. After 2 more days of solitude, the thought of a cheeseburger and a strong Wi-Fi signal was heavenly. I hiked the final few miles into town with a spring in my step, my mind already on the work ahead. I found a small, cozy cafe, ordered a massive lunch, and set up my laptop. As the footage from my camera transferred to my hard drive, I pulled out my phone, eager to catch up on the news and messages I'd missed. My phone buzzed in my hand, not with a social media notification, but with a breaking news alert from a local Virginia station. The headline made my blood run cold. "I am HUNDRYFOR Sakshuspatantari ILL Sidi Mardar." My heart didn't just skip a beat, it felt like it slammed against my ribs and stopped altogether. A cold, metallic taste filled my mouth. The cheerful chatter of the cafe, the smell of coffee and fried food, all of it faded into a dull, distant roar. My thumb, trembling, clicked the link. The page loaded with agonizing slowness. A section hiker, a young woman from what the article said, had been found dead in her tent just north of where I had been, near the same shelter, near the same area as the original 1981 crime. A wave of nausea washed over me. The police were asking for the public's help, looking for a person of interest, a man in his 50s who had been seen in the area, a charismatic drifter known to use aliases. And then I saw it. Below the text was a composite sketch, hastily drawn but chillingly accurate. It was Silas. The friendly eyes were now empty, haunting voids in the pencil-drawn face. The weathered lines seemed less like marks of a life well lived and more like cracks in a monstrous facade. The slight scar above his left eyebrow, a detail I had noticed and found endearing, was now a sinister slash. It was him. The man I had shared a campsite with. The man I had laughed with. The man whose voice and face were the star of 2 hours of high-definition footage currently sitting on my hard drive. My stomach lurched, and I barely made it to the cafe's small restroom before I was violently sick. I splashed cold water on my face, staring at my own pale, terrified reflection in the mirror. My hands were shaking so uncontrollably I could barely hold my phone. I stumbled back to my table, my half-eaten burger now looking grotesque and obscene. I replayed his words in my head, but this time they weren't charming or philosophical. They were confessions hidden in plain sight, a way to get away from a life that didn't quite work out. He wasn't talking about a bad job. He was talking about escaping justice. Walking is a way of shedding skins. You become who you were always meant to be. He was a predator shedding the skin of civility to reveal the monster beneath. History has a way of repeating itself. The mountains don't forget, they just wait. It wasn't poetry. It was a promise. You never know who you'll meet in these woods. It was a final, taunting threat. My blood turned to ice. He knew I was a vlogger. He knew I was filming him. Was it arrogance? Did he enjoy the risk, the audacity of confessing to a camera? Or was I supposed to be next? Did something about me, my questions, my camera make him change his mind? The what-ifs were a swarm of angry hornets in my brain. I scrolled frantically through the article until I found the number for the sheriff's office. My finger hovered over the screen for a second, paralyzed by a fear so profound it felt like a physical weight. Then, with a surge of adrenaline, I pressed the call button. My voice was a ragged whisper when the dispatcher answered. I think I met him. I stammered. The man you're looking for. I have him on video. The line went quiet for a moment, then the dispatcher's voice returned, sharp and urgent. Sir, where are you right now? Do not move. We're on our way. Minutes later, 2 sheriff's deputies walked into the cafe. Their presence silenced the room. They escorted me out to their car, and I spent the next 6 hours in a small, windowless interview room at the station. I told them everything from the moment I first saw Silas on the trail to his final, chilling words. Then came the moment of truth. I connected my laptop to a large monitor on the wall. The detectives, a man and a woman with tired, grim faces, leaned forward. I hit play. The footage began, and the room was filled with the sounds of our crackling campfire and our friendly chatter. Seeing him there on the screen, so alive, so charming, so normal, was surreal. It was like watching a horror movie where I was an unwitting character. I watched the detectives' faces as they watched the screen. Their expressions hardened. They saw what I had failed to see, the hollowness behind the smile, the predatory stillness in his eyes. Suddenly, the male detective pointed a thick finger at the screen. There. His pack. Freeze it. I paused the video. Zoom in on that patch. I did. It was a small, circular patch with a distinctive logo of a moose. That's from a specific outfitter up in Maine. A small independent shop. We can get a name from them. A few minutes later, he pointed again. His boots. Look at them. Those aren't off the shelf. The lacing pattern, the wear on the sole, those are custom made. Expensive. My vlog footage, my passion project, had become the primary evidence in a murder investigation. The small, insignificant details I had captured were now the very things that would cage the monster. They had their man. Using the information from the video, they identified him within a day. He was a drifter with a long and violent criminal history, a man who, in a terrifying echo of the past, eerily mirrored the profile of Randall Lee Smith. Smith himself, after being paroled for the 1981 murders, had returned to the same woods in 2008 to attack 2 more hikers before being caught. It was as if the mountains themselves had produced a dark, cyclical evil. I finished my section hike, but not alone. A young, stoic deputy escorted me the entire way. The beauty of the trail was gone, replaced by a constant, gnawing fear. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow, was a potential threat. I never posted that vlog. How could I share with my followers the friendly face of the man who had charmed me just hours before or after he had taken a young woman's life? How could I explain that the perfect trail character was, in reality, a monster? The experience taught me a terrifying, life-altering lesson. The trail, like any community, has a culture of trust. You share food, you share stories, you share campsites. It's part of the human connection that makes the journey bearable. But that trust, so freely given, is also a profound vulnerability. The real monsters in the Appalachians don't always have claws or glowing eyes. Sometimes they have a friendly smile, intelligent eyes, and a good story. And you won't know what they truly are until it's far, far too late. My name is Liam, and 4 years ago, I decided to quit my soul-crushing data entry job in Richmond to hike the Appalachian Trail. I'd saved for years, dreaming of swapping the drone of fluorescent lights for the whisper of wind through ancient trees. For 3 months, that dream was my reality. I was leaner, stronger, and more at peace than I'd ever been. I learned the rhythms of the mountains, the language of the birds, and the subtle signs of changing weather. Or so I thought. The Appalachians, I would learn, keep their darkest secrets well hidden. The day it happened started beautifully. I was high on a stretch of the Virginia Blue Ridge, a carpet of emerald forest rolling out in every direction below me. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue, and the air was crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth. I felt invincible, a king in my wild domain. That was my first mistake. The mountains demand humility, and I had forgotten that lesson. Around 2 p.m., the shift began. It was almost imperceptible at first, A subtle cooling of the air, a change in the light as the sun took on a brassy, washed-out quality. The birdsong quieted. An oppressive stillness settled over the ridgeline, the kind of heavy silence that precedes a storm. I checked my weather app earlier that morning. It had predicted clear skies. But the mountains make their own weather, a fact I'd heard from other hikers, but never truly respected. Within 20 minutes, the western horizon had turned the color of a deep bruise. The thunderstorm hit not with a warning rumble, but with a sudden, violent crack that sounded like the sky itself was splitting open. A bolt of lightning, thick and jagged, struck a neighboring ridge with an explosive boom that vibrated through the soles of my boots. Then the sky opened up. This wasn't rain, it was a biblical deluge, a solid wall of water that turned the world into a blurry, gray chaos. The temperature plummeted. The trail, moments ago a friendly dirt path, transformed into a rushing, muddy torrent that tried to steal my footing with every step. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my practiced calm. I was completely exposed. Being on a ridgeline during a lightning storm is a death sentence. Every hair on my body stood on end, the air thick with static electricity. I knew I had to get to lower ground, and fast. There was no time for careful navigation. I half ran, half slid down the treacherous path, my pack feeling like an anchor trying to drag me down. Rain lashed my face, blinding me. Another lightning strike, closer this time, lit the forest in a terrifying, strobe-like flash, followed by an instantaneous, deafening clap of thunder. I cried out, a pathetic sound swallowed by the storm's fury. It was in the brief, ghostly light of that flash that I saw the dark, solid shape of a barn, perhaps 100 yards off the trail, nestled in a small, overgrown clearing. Shelter. The thought was a primal instinct, overriding all my hiker training about staying on the marked path. Without a second's hesitation, I veered off the trail, plunging through thorny undergrowth and sinking ankle, deep into the muddy field that separated me from the structure. The barn was ancient, its wood weathered to a silvery gray, but it looked sturdy. I threw my full weight against the heavy, cross-beam door, groaned in protest, then swung inward with a screech of rusty hinges. I stumbled inside, collapsing onto the packed earth floor, soaked, shivering, and gasping for breath. I pulled the massive door shut, and the roar of the storm was instantly muffled to a dull drumming on the roof. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom, I could see I was in a classic old barn, well kept despite its age. The air smelled sweetly of hay and livestock and old wood. Tools hung neatly on the walls, and empty stalls lined one side. It felt safe. A heaven. Then a soft, warm light bloomed in the far corner. I squinted and saw a figure standing in the doorway of what looked like a small, attached cabin. It was an old woman, holding a kerosene lantern high. The flame cast a gentle, golden glow across her face, carving deep lines around her eyes and mouth. "Caught in the squall, were you, son?" she asked. Her voice was surprisingly strong and clear, carrying easily through the large space. It held the distinctive melodic cadence of old-time Appalachia. "Yes, ma'am," I stammered, my teeth chattering. Came out of nowhere. "I hope you don't mind me trespassing. I was on the ridge and..." "Hush now," she said, a gentle smile touching her lips. "The mountain doesn't care for plans or schedules. Come on in by the fire. You'll catch your death out here." Overwhelming gratitude washed away any lingering apprehension. I peeled off my dripping pack, leaving it by the door, and followed her into the cabin. It was a single cozy room, dominated by a large stone hearth, where a merry fire crackled and spat, throwing dancing shadows on the log walls. The air inside was thick with the complex, aromatic scent of drying herbs. Bundles of them, lavender, sage, and others I couldn't name, hung in dense rows from the wooden rafters. She introduced herself as Elspeth as she handed me a thick, dry wool blanket and a steaming mug of tea. "It's a blend of mint and bergamot," she said, noticing me sniffing it. "Good for the chill." The tea was hot and incredibly sweet, and I drank it down gratefully, the warmth spreading through my chest. She was a practitioner of what she called mountain magic, a folk tradition, she explained, had been passed down through her family for generations. older than the country itself. The cabin was her workshop. Looking around now, I saw the tools of her trade everywhere, colored candles grouped on a makeshift altar, shallow bowls filled with what looked like dark graveyard dirt, and strange, intricate charms made of bone feathers and twisted wire hanging from the walls. As a city boy, I was utterly fascinated, not frightened. She was a living piece of Appalachian history, a kind, eccentric old woman with a deep connection to this ancient land. I felt lucky to have stumbled upon her. She was the kind of authentic experience I'd been hoping for on my journey. That was my second mistake. I awoke to a profound and unnatural stillness. The drumming of the rain had ceased, but it wasn't the quiet peace of a storm's aftermath. It was a heavy, dead silence. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a pile of sullen, graying embers that offered no warmth. A single, sharp beam of sunlight cut through the cabin's single, grimy window, illuminating a swirling galaxy of dust motes. I blinked, my mind feeling thick and syrupy, as if wading through mud. The position of the sun told me it was well past midday. I'd slept for nearly 24 hours straight. A wave of embarrassment washed over me. I had grossly overstayed my welcome. Scrambling out of the chair, the wool blanket falling to the floor, I felt a strange stiffness in my joints and a dull ache behind my eyes. That tea, I thought hazily, must have been stronger than I realized. I stretched, my back popping in protest, and moved towards the cabin door, rehearsing my apology. Elspeth. I called out, my voice raspy. I am so sorry. I completely passed out. There was no answer. I figured she was probably outside, tending to her garden or whatever chores she had. I reached for the simple iron latch on the door, intending to let myself out and find her to give my thanks before getting back on the trail. The latch didn't move. Confused, I tried again, putting more force into it. It was rigid. I pushed against the door itself. It was like pushing against a wall of solid rock. A flicker of annoyance went through me. Had the old wood warped in the rain and jammed the door shut? I rattled the latch, the sound loud in the silent cabin. Elspeth, I think the door is stuck. That's when I heard it. A sound from the other side that sent a cascade of ice water through my veins. A heavy, deliberate scrape of metal on metal, followed by the solid thud of a heavy bolt sliding home. It wasn't stuck. It had been locked from the outside. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. Hello, I yelled, my voice trembling now. What's going on?
This isn't funny.
A shadow fell across the window. Elspeth's face appeared, framed in the small pane of glass. But it wasn't the face I remembered. The kindly, smiling grandmother was gone. The eyes that had twinkled with warmth were now as hard and cold as chips of granite. The gentle smile was replaced by a thin, bloodless line of grim determination. She looked at me not as a guest, but as a thing, an object. "You're not going anywhere, son," she said, her voice stripped of all its folksy charm. It was flat, cold, and utterly final. Panic clawed its way up my throat, raw and suffocating. "What are you talking about?" "Elspeth."
Let me out of here right now!
I threw my shoulder against the door, the impact rattling my teeth, but doing nothing to the solid oak. "The mountain brought you to me," she stated, as if explaining simple weather. "It provides what is needed, and you, through hiker, are what is needed now." Her eyes had a wild, feverish gleam. This was not the kind of eccentricity I had first imagined. It was the chilling certainty of a zealot. "Needed for what?" I screamed, my voice cracking. "There's a sickness coming to this valley," she explained, her gaze drifting past me as if looking at something I couldn't see. "A blight. I've seen it in the water, in the way the trees weep black sap. A poison from the world of men. It requires a powerful working to hold it back. A binding to protect this land, to keep it pure." She leaned closer to the glass, her breath fogging it. "And for a binding that's strong to work, it requires an anchor. A tether to the world of the living. An unwilling soul to hold the spell to the earth." The meaning of her words crashed down on me with the force of a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. I was her sacrifice, not to be killed in some quick, bloody ritual, but something infinitely worse. I was to be imprisoned, my life force, my very soul, used as a living battery to fuel her dark magic. My struggle, my fear, my will to live. That was the energy she would harness. I was the knot that would hold her spell together. For days, she kept me there. The cabin became my cell. The cozy haven became a tomb. Twice a day, a small slot I hadn't noticed before would open at the bottom of the door, and she would pass through a wooden bowl of thin, tasteless porridge and a tin cup of water. It was just enough to keep me alive and conscious, just enough to keep her anchor strong. I spent the first 2 days in a state of frantic, primal terror, throwing myself against the door until my shoulder was a bruised, purple mess and my knuckles were raw and bloody from pounding on the wood. I screamed until my throat was hoarse, my pleas and threats echoing unanswered in the small room. Then, despair set in heavy and suffocating. I would sit for hours in the chair, watching her. Through the single window, I saw her preparing the ritual. I watched in abject horror as she took a bag of what looked like powdered charcoal or black salt and began to draw a perfect circle on the stone floor of the cabin, right around the chair where I slept. The scraping sound of the salt on the stone was the soundtrack to my nightmare. She placed 4 thick, black candles at the 4 cardinal points of the circle. She chanted constantly, a low, hypnotic drone in a language I didn't understand, the words guttural and ancient. Her voice would rise and fall with a terrifying rhythm, weaving a web of sound that seemed to make the very air in the cabin feel thick and heavy. As the despair began to recede, it was replaced by something else, a cold, hard ember of resolve. I was not going to let this happen. I would not be her battery. I would not let my life be drained away in a dusty, forgotten cabin in the heart of these mountains. I began to search. I examined every inch of my prison. The walls were thick, chinked logs, impossible to break. The floor was solid flagstone. The door was a fortress. My only hope, I realized, was the fireplace. The chimney was narrow, caked with soot and grime, but it was my only potential path to the outside world. The flue, a thick plate of cast iron, blocked the way. But iron, given enough force, could be broken. My plan was born of desperation, a single, flickering candle of hope in a cavern of despair. The fireplace. While Elspeth chanted her arcane litanies outside my window, I would sit by the cold hearth, staring at the heavy, cast iron poker that rested on its hooks. It was my only potential weapon, my only tool. Each night, through the grimy window, I watched the moon. It swelled from a sliver to a half, then to a gibbous, pregnant bulge, a silent, silver countdown to my doom. With each passing night, I could feel a change in the air. A palpable tension grew within the cabin walls, a static charge that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Elspeth's chanting grew louder, more feverish, her voice taking on a frantic, ecstatic edge as the full moon approached. She was pouring all her energy into the final preparations. The working was almost complete. The night of the full moon arrived. A brilliant, unnatural light flooded the small clearing, casting the trees in stark, skeletal relief. I knew I was out of time. Tonight, the ritual would be complete, and my soul would be chained to this patch of earth forever. Elspeth's chanting was no longer a low drone. It was a high, keening wail that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. It was now or never. With my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, I took the iron poker from its hook. The metal was cold and heavy in my trembling hands. I took a deep breath, the air thick with the acrid smell of her black candles, and positioned myself in front of the fireplace. I aimed for the center of the metal flue plate that blocked the chimney and swung. The seal-ange of iron striking iron was deafening in the charged silence between her chants. It echoed like a gunshot in the tiny cabin. I froze, my blood running cold, listening. The chanting outside stopped. A dead, terrifying silence descended. "I know what you're doing. Boy!" she shrieked, her voice suddenly right outside the door. It was a sound of pure, venomous rage stripped of any human quality. "You cannot escape the mountain's will. You cannot defy the working." A thunderous boom shook the entire cabin as she threw her weight against the door. I didn't wait. Fueled by sheer terror, I swung the poker again, and again, and again. Sparks flew with each deafening impact. A crack appeared in the cast iron. Soot and rust rained down into the hearth.
Boom!
Another impact on the door. I heard the wood splinter. She possessed an unnatural strength, fueled by her fury. She was going to get through. The anchor must hold, she screamed, her voice a guttural roar. I put all my weight, all my fear, all my will to live into one final swing. With a screech of tortured metal, the flue plate shattered into jagged pieces, opening a dark, vertical passage to the night sky. I dropped the poker and scrambled into the fireplace, hoisting myself up into the chimney. The space was impossibly tight. Rough, sharp stones tore at my clothes and skin, scraping my back and elbows raw. A century of thick, greasy soot filled my nose and mouth, and I coughed, my lungs burning. Below me, I heard the final, explosive crack of the cabin door giving way. I knew she was inside now. I pushed upwards with frantic energy, my fingers finding small crevices, my boots scraping for purchase. I could hear her screaming curses from the hearth below, her rage a tangible force propelling me up, inch by painful inch. I squeezed my way upward through the suffocating darkness. Then I saw it, a perfect circle of brilliant moonlight above me. I clawed my way the final few feet and squeezed out onto the weathered shingles of the cabin roof, gasping in the cold, clean night air. I didn't wait to see if she would follow. I didn't look back. I scrambled across the steep pitch of the roof, and without checking the height, I leaped into the darkness. I landed hard in the overgrown brush. A sharp, searing pain shooting up my right leg, but adrenaline eclipsed it. I lurched to my feet and ran. I ran blindly, crashing through the forest, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my already shredded clothes. Behind me, I could hear her voice, a long, drawn-out curse that wasn't made of any words I knew, a sound of pure hatred that followed me through the trees. I ran until that terrible sound faded, until my lungs felt like they were on fire, and until my legs were jelly. Then I ran some more. I ran until the brilliant, terrifying moon gave way to the gentle, gray light of dawn. Just as the first rays of sun pierced the canopy, I stumbled out of the woods and saw it a familiar, faded white blaze painted on the trunk of a poplar tree. I had found the trail. I collapsed to my knees and wept, not from joy, but from a profound, soul-shaking relief. I never told anyone the full story. When I finally limped into a town a day later, looking like I'd been mauled by a bear, I told the sheriff I'd gotten lost in the storm, fallen, and hit my head. I said I'd been wandering for days, dehydrated and hallucinating. They believed me. It was easier than the truth. I quit my through hike. I couldn't stand to be in the woods anymore. The peace I once found there had been replaced by a lingering terror. The whisper of the wind in the trees now sounds like her chanting. I live back in the city now, surrounded by the comforting, predictable noise of traffic and people. But I know that somewhere, deep in a hidden valley in the Virginia Blue Ridge, there is a woman who draws her power from the ancient mountains. I don't know if her binding spell failed that night, or if, heaven forbid, she eventually found another anchor. All I know is that the kindness of strangers can be the most dangerous trap of all, and that there are forces in this world far older and darker than any of us can imagine. I almost became a permanent part of that darkness, and I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that I left a piece of my soul behind in that cabin, a piece that will forever be trapped in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains.